Chapter 322, Climb the Mountain. Chapter 322, Climb the Mountain. Mist wrapped around Turtle Mountain, shrouding it so that it looked like a divine turtle. At the foot of the mountain, one could feel bounding spiritual chi. Light of every element shot from it, making it look so beautiful. Right now, countless people were present. People from the important families of the Lu Kingdom also came. However, the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group were still at the foremost. Many youths from the Lu Kingdom looked to Qin Yuan, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian, and the others. These prides from the top forces that were known throughout the Eastern Barren territory were the goals for many youths. Their existence were benchmarks. Qin Menrua and Chu Yao Yao are so beautiful, the daughter of an important family praised their beauty. She was also a beauty and had always thought that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren territory weren't as pretty as her. But now that she saw them, she discovered their charm. She was far behind. Prince Qin is so handsome. The girl beside her was looking at Qin Yuan. In the crowd, he was definitely one of the top flower boys. Is Yi Futian not handsome? A girl in a long blue dress asked, chuckling. Of course, but I like Prince Qin's gentleness more. I heard that Yi Futian is too arrogant and a bully. The disciples of the cottage don't respect anyone. He called Prince Qin a lowly man, but Prince Qin didn't comment on him. So I like Prince Qin more. He and Princess Qinyu suit each other. Don't you know what Yi Futian said in the ancient barren world? A youth around 18 years old asked. Those who know me understand my arrogance, the girl asked in return. Cottage disciples don't need to care about others, the youth said. They do as they wish and are like true men. I don't like Prince Qin. He didn't say that he thought Prince Qin was insincere. Who do you think will reach the summit? The girl asked, chuckling. If Qin Yuan is competing with Yi Futian, he obviously won't be able to win. But with Yi Wuqian, I don't know. The youth trusted the cottage disciples because he wished to cultivate there. Qin Yuan is only competing with Yi Wuqian, but Yi Futian and the others will also climb the mountain. I heard that Qin Yuan has extraordinary talent. Qian Shanmu, Qin Li, Qin Menrua, Chu Yao Yao, and the others are all talented too. Let's wait and see. Everyone around them was also discussing this. At this time, Qin Yuan's group made the first step towards Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian's group also stepped toward it. There was no true road on Turtle Mountain. The ancient turtle-like mountain seemed to have been cut into pieces. Strange and jagged rocks were everywhere. The moment they stepped onto the mountain, it was as if a divine turtle was riding them. Every step became heavy. Yi Futian tried flying, but the power forced him down. They could only walk, but this was expected. If they could fly, anyone would be able to climb the mountain. Lu Feiyang was also there. How long will it take to the summit? Yi Futian asked. I don't know. Lu Feiyang shook his head. Only the sovereigns have reached the summit before. I heard that many royalties lost themselves in the Turtle Mountain. We must be careful. Yi Futian nodded. He glanced at the Qin dynasty group in the near distance. They were also climbing by foot. Qin Yuan was in the center. Qin Li seemed to feel something and glanced towards Yi Futian. As they walked, the mountain became covered in a layer of fog. The ground wasn't as clear anymore. Now, other than going up, they didn't know what direction they were heading in or where they were. Many strong cultivators of the Lu Kingdom followed them onto Turtle Mountain to test how far they could go. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone's steps grew heavier. The invisible pressure from Turtle Mountain kept growing. Many cultivators from the Lu Kingdom slowed down. Some couldn't even walk anymore and had to sit down for a rest. Ah! A cry sounded, echoing throughout the mountain. Fear rose in many people's hearts. They didn't feel as relaxed as before. Only those from the top levels could continue forward steadily. Some talented ones from the Lu Kingdom could as well, but they'd slowed too. In the crowd behind them, a girl who cultivated sorcery stopped. "I need to rest," she said to her companions. With that, she sat on a rock and tried to gather the spiritual chi around her to cultivate. Climbing the mountain was too tiring and she'd used up all her spiritual chi. Because she didn't cultivate martial arts, she did not have a lot of stamina. "All right." Everyone nodded and sat down to rest. But soon, everyone's bodies started trembling. Then some invisible force pulled onto their bodies and hurled them downward. That moment, consecutive screams shattered the silence. They kept echoing and the people's hearts weren't as sure as before. This type of scream sounded occasionally after that, shaking everyone up. Yi Futian's group kept going. The people around them disappeared and he didn't know where Qin Yuan's group was. Using freedom meditation, he saw a giant divine turtle. Its pressure was even scarier than the martial arts training field. He had to stop the freedom meditation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk much. He could use this to train his body usually. However, he was climbing a mountain now, not cultivating. After one day, they all felt tired. They had no clue where they were. This was the scariest, it seemed endless. "Should we rest?" Yi Futian asked. This was his first time mentioning it. Even someone as powerful as him felt tired. Yi Wuqian and the others naturally did too. Yi Wuqian stopped and nodded. Everyone sat on the ground and closed their eyes. When Yi Futian closed his eyes, he actually felt drowsiness attack him. He wanted to relax and sleep. His body became light as if he was floating in the air. Suddenly, a hand from deep in his mind grabbed at him. "We can't rest." Yi Futian cried out, eyes flying open. Everyone was startled awake, there was a bright flash. They all panted heavily. Exchanging glances, they took a deep breath and stood up to continue climbing. "Is this really a sacred land of your kingdom?" Yi Futian looked at Lu Feiyang, completely done. "My father said before that only the strongest can step foot on Turtle Mountain," Lu Feiyang replied. "Those who wish to become emperor must pass this trial." Yi Futian was frustrated but he had to keep going. But if they were like this, the others must not be well off either. Yi Wuqian had been quiet all this time. He couldn't relax until this matter was settled. Thus, he looked even more persistent. Days passed like this. It seemed impossible to reach the summit. They were exhausted now. Their legs were heavy and their muscles were taut. It felt horrible to have their mind and body tense for so long. Countless people looked up at the mountain from the foot. Many of the ones who tried had fallen down. Some were lightly hurt while others were badly injured. However, people still kept trying to better themselves. Through the mist, they could see people around the middle of the mountain. Those who crossed the middle were from the top forces. Even some of them had fallen down, including those in the noble plain. Prince Qin and Yi Futian seemed to be in the same place, someone said. The people were small in their vision but they were in the middle. No one knew if they could reach the top. Anyway, Yi Futian didn't know where they were. Right now, they were extremely exhausted but the road became smoother. It was easier to walk. A sea of flowers appeared in the mist. It was magnificent and beautiful. "Are we at the top?" Yi Futian asked. He looked to the side but realized that everyone was gone. "Yu Sheng, Wuqian," Yi Futian called. There was no echo. His voice just disappeared. Yi Futian frowned. A beautiful figure walked out of the flowers. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, almost melting his heart. "Chu Yao Yao." Yi Futian was confused. As Chu Yao Yao stared at him, she walked over and reached out a hand. She just looked at him dazedly. A hallucination? Yi Futian stepped forward. He ignored the girl and brushed past her. Then he saw another hallucination. Qin Menrua, the cold beauty, was playing her guqin. Music floated around her. There was a rapid stream before her. When the music stopped, Qin Mengrua stood up. She placed her hands on her shoulder and pushed her clothes down a bit, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders. Long legs stepped into the water. Her clothes became wet and she turned to smile at Yi Futian. He blinked. Why would he see this kind of hallucination? No thank you. Yi Futian continued forward, ignoring the beautiful image. After that, Lin Yueyao, senior sister Qin Yi, Lulan Shui, everyone appeared in his hallucination, annoying Yi Futian. Was this a test for his mind? Why would there be so many beauties? He wasn't a pervert. Of course, the hardest to resist was still when Jieyu appeared, but he still resisted. There would be chances in the future. Yusheng also had hallucinations, but they were much easier than Yi Futian's. There were no beauties. Only two people appeared, his father and Yi Futian. Chapter 323, Battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 323, Battle on Turtle Mountain. Yi Futian was annoyed. Climbing mountains was tiring in itself and got even more so as he went. If he could, he wished he could just drop down and rest. It was honestly too tiring. The worst thing was when you couldn't see the end or even the light. And now these beautiful images were trying to lure him. It was horrible. When someone was so physically exhausted, their willpower would go down and they would want to completely relax. The further they went, the harder it was to resist. Even worse, the images that Yi Futian saw kept becoming more beautiful. The girls are skeletons. Yi Futian went forward with his eyes closed, but it was useless. The realistic images were imprinted directly into his mind. He couldn't escape it at all. If this really was a trial on his mind, it was too cruel. No wonder Lu Feiyang said many people would lose themselves here. If he chose to give in, would he get lost? He didn't know. Hua Jieyu appeared in his mind. Yi Futian smiled brightly. He shouldn't be distracted by beauty, but Hua Jieyu's image always appeared. Fox, if you do this, something bad will happen, he muttered. Thinking of Wuchen, Yi Futian gritted his teeth and continued forward. He wasn't the only one going through this on Turtle Mountain. Right now, Qin Yuan also saw many images. With his exhausted mind, he saw his father sitting on the throne and reaching out to him with a smile. It was as if he could sit onto the throne if he wished. Qin Yuan's expression twisted in pain. He wanted the throne so badly, but he knew it wasn't his. The Qin dynasty's throne was Qin Yu's. He could never get it. In his fantasy, he saw Qin Li appear before him, powerless. If he wanted to, he could kill Qin Li. His face twisted. He wished he could kill the man. Everyone thought that Emperor King loved Qin Yuan most, but that was just on the surface. If he did, why would he send Qin Yuan to the Lu kingdom to marry the princess? It was to distance him from power so he wouldn't have those thoughts. He had to achieve the goal too, but actually, he didn't want it. Marry Lu Qinyu. She was pretty, but wasn't Qin Mengrua, his sister from another mother, also pretty? As one of the top 3 beauties, she was obviously prettier than Lu Qinyu. Chu Yao Yao was the virgin of the Moon clan. Why did Qin Li marry her instead of him? In what aspect was he worse than Qin Li? In his hallucination, he was inside the Qin palace. A dreamlike scene appeared inside that opulent pavilion. The elegant and arrogant Qin Mengrua, the moving Chu Yao Yao, and beautiful Lu Qinyu all lay before him. They only had a thin blanket over them. Their snowy white arms and legs were bare. If he wanted, he could enjoy the best moment in the world. It was so tempting. He could drown in this for eternity. His features kept twisting and becoming menacing. Gritting his teeth, he started bleeding and his eyes reddened. Others would definitely never think that the scholarly and calm Qin Yuan could look like this too. He was completely different from how he usually was. Trembling, Qin Yuan ignored his dreams and continued forward. He knew what he had to do now. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to answer to his father. Chu Yaoyao didn't know she appeared in so many men's fantasies. She was also undergoing this trial. Exhausted, she wanted to stop and rest against someone. She was so tired, she could fall over any time. She couldn't keep going anymore. At this time, someone appeared before her. He was so handsome and his eyes were so pretty. He had a subtle smile and gave off a playfully bad feeling. The handsome man walked to her side and said, "I'll carry you." With that, he squatted down before her. Chu Yaoyao smiled brilliantly. That moment, she didn't care whether it was real or not. She didn't care about the consequences either, she just wanted to rest on his back. Thus, she rose to her tiptoes and sprawled onto the youth's back. She grasped his neck and rested her face on his shoulder, smiling sweetly. This image was so beautiful. She didn't have to pretend and could be her truest self. After a long while, the almost utterly exhausted Yi Futian appeared before a path on Turtle Mountain. The hallucinations finally disappeared. White clouds floated in the sky. It was quiet and peaceful. Before him, he could make out an ancient pavilion at the peak. He was almost there. Have I finally gotten out of it? Yi Futian took a deep breath. He walked to a huge rock to sit down and recover his mental and physical energy. After a while, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen walked out too. They came to Yi Futian and sat down. After that, Lu Feiyang and Lu Lan Shui appeared too. The Silver Snow Guard never appeared. He was probably stuck in the hallucination. This event didn't have anything to do with him, so it wasn't that important. It was normal that he couldn't get out of it. After resting a bit, Yi Wuchen stood up. Seeing that, everyone else rose and continued forward. The pressure was still great, but without the hallucination, they wouldn't get lost. In the distance, other figures appeared. It was Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, and Qin Mengrua. Chu Yaoyao wasn't there. In another direction, Gu Zhiqiu and Gu Biyue appeared too. Unexpectedly, they reached this point too. They must have strong willpower too. Other people appeared below them. Only one strong cultivator from the Ji family arrived, Ji Kong. Zhisong and Qi Ao of the Futian Sword clan were there too, as well as one from the Royal Xian Temple. The people walked upward. Here, they couldn't be too far from the peak. The Qin dynasty and Yi Futian's group went up together. Qin Yuan had recovered. His handsome face was gentle and calm again. He kept looking up. Qin Li glanced at Yi Futian. Chuckling, he said, "Yi Futian, earlier, you defeated a pride of the Dongqin College at Chaoga City. I've always wanted to challenge you, but your plane is too low, so I couldn't. But you killed Luo Junlin at the Nanda Nation and showed extraordinary combat ability. How about you let me experience your ability today?" As he spoke, he walked towards Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua walked over too, bodies flashing and releasing their might. Qin Yuan pretended he didn't see it and kept climbing. "Don't think about stopping us." Lu Feiyang's expression was cold. Yi Futian obviously knew what Qin Li was doing. His arcana aura was very strong now. Dragons wrapped around him and one could hear dragon cries in the air. Qin Li stepped towards Yi Futian with horrible might. As a monstrous figure, his talent and ability were both powerful. He'd activated 8 dragon meridians and was one of the rare figures in the Qin dynasty. 9 meridians was the limit. "Wuchen, go first," Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen and Qin Yuan were the stars today. It didn't matter for the rest, but Yi Wuchen must get to the top. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua's life spirits appeared. Gyukins sang and strings of music fell onto Qin Li. His might grew until he became like a true dragon. Qin Li grabbed in the air. Instantly, many dragons roared towards Yi Futian and the others. With bared teeth and claws, they were going to kill the group. The Qin dynasty had people with 8 dragon meridians. Their dragon intent was like true dragons. Boundless sword intent bloomed from Yi Wuqian. He stepped to the side and the sword intent cut through the sky. It streaked towards the incoming dragon while he continued walking like a sword. Qin Li's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and grabbed towards Yi Wuqian. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. It was Yi Wuqian. The five-element rod in his hand enlarged into an extremely big staff. He twirled it and used the power of the world to slam it down. Horrible gravity fell on the five-element rod, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It shattered the dragon and went for Qin Li. 8 dragons roared from Qin Li's body. Strong and sharp claws caught onto the rod and forcefully stopped its downward motion. Countless eyes at the foot of the mountain looked up at the scene. Light glowed from some people's eyes as if they could see through the space. Looking at the tiny figures on the mountain, their insides trembled. A battle erupted. Who's fighting? Those with lower planes couldn't see what was happening. Yi Futian of the cottage and Qin Li of the Qin dynasty. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua, and Yu Xing might join in. What about Qin Yuan? Still climbing. He's in line with Yi Wuqian. More voices sounded at the foot of the mountain. Many people were in an uproar. Qin Li really was fighting with Yi Futian and they couldn't see it? They could only see blurry figures. Who will win? Someone asked. He was anxious because he couldn't see. Qin Li, a grandson of the emperor, was scarily talented. He also had a high plane. But they'd all witnessed Yi Futian's abilities. He had killed Luo Junlin. I don't know. The emperor's grandson has 8 dragon meridians while Yi Futian has a ritual implement staff. Someone sighed heavily. It was such a pity that they couldn't see such a battle on Turtle Mountain. Chapter 324, Madman. Chapter 324, Madman. On Turtle Mountain, Yi Futian and Qin Li stood, facing each other. The powerful pressure remained, but they were fighting in this environment right now. The royalty of the Qin dynasty opened up their dragon meridians and cultivated martial arts. Their physical bodies were like dragons, extremely terrifying. Yi Futian used a divine beast's body-enhancing technique. His body was impossible to copy and was also extremely powerful. Dragons wrapped around Qin Li. His life spirit was a dragon and his dharma was a dragon. His meridians had turned into dragon meridians and his bones were like a dragon's bones. His blood roared as if a dragon was inside his body. His lips curled into a cold smirk as he stared at Yi Futian. Behind him, cacophonous music fell onto him, bolstering his strength. His aura kept growing more frightening. At the same time, piercing music traveled into Yi Futian's eardrums, stabbing his fatigued mind. Boom! Yu Xing stepped towards Qian Shanmu. Lu Lan Shui went to Qin Mengrua. Lu Feiyang didn't participate because even though he'd climbed with their group, he was still the Lu Kingdom's prince. The Qin dynasty was here for a marriage proposal. If he fought with them, the Qin dynasty could snatch this excuse to attack. Where do you think you're going? Qin Li sneered and threw his hands forward. 8 dragons soared into the air, flying towards the 3. The golden claws were extremely sharp, tearing through everything. A huge demonic tripod emerged in Yu Xing's hands. With a huge sound, it flew out. The black tripod killed everything, crashing into the dragon. Frightening coldness flowed through Lu Lan Shui's body. An ice spell that could seal everything in ice bloomed. The dragons turned to frost but kept going, trying to shatter everything. An ice wand appeared in Lu Lan Shui's hands, twirling. Endless ice spiritual qi shrouded the dragon. Then there were cracking sounds. The ice cracked, along with the dragon's body. Yi Futian raised his 5-elemental rod. Different lights flashed as it transformed into a huge staff. It split down from the heavens. But even worse was Qian Shanmu's grating music. Hallucinations appeared in the minds of the 3, making them feel that Qin Li's every move was incredible. Every attack could turn them into ash. Qian Shanmu was only in the lower arcana plane, but as the #1 musical sorcerer in the younger generation, his spiritual energy was much more powerful than the three. His spells could be very threatening. Holy sound. Yi Futian felt that Qin Li's figure was suddenly boundless. He was as large as a saint. In Chaoga City, this had appeared in the fight with Qian Shanmu. But that had been Qian Shanmu. Now, the holy sound was being used to help with Qin Li's fighting. Qin Li opened his mouth and uttered unclear sounds. They were like a dragon's language. His aura became even more terrifying. The minds of Yi Futian's trio were shaking as if a mysterious power had descended. Yi Futian's dharma bloomed. An ape roared while Yi Futian's body grew more monstrous. His blood boiled and his noble intent rose up. He twirled the 5-elemental rod and the heavens changed. The sky and earth trembled as the 5-elemental rod seemed to connect the two. The ape struck it down, splitting the sky. Qin Li's expression was domineering and cold with the help of the holy sound. He was already an entire plane higher than Yi Futian. He had nothing to fear. He reached out, his arms turning into dragon arms. Various dragon shadows wrapped around his arm, again grabbing at the 5-elemental rod. Following a deafening roar, many dragon figures were shattered. Qin Li still grabbed the 5-elemental rod though. Various dragons snaked over, wrapping around the rod. This was the Yin family's treasure. It should be returned to its owner, Qin Li said coldly. A glow that belonged to him bloomed now. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, son of the Crown Prince. He was the future heir to the throne. With 8 dragon meridians and baptized by dragon blood, he had been nurtured by the ancestors' dragon meridians. Yi Futian wielded the 5-elemental rod, the divine ape was on his body. He glared coldly at Qin Li. The man wanted to rob him of his rod. Ice and fire spiritual qi bloomed from the 5-elemental rod. The spiritual qi of Turtle Mountain seemed to have gathered there. The spell gradually covered Qin Li's body. The flames transformed into a furnace. Noble intent passed through the rod into Qin Li's body. You think this will do something? Qin Li looked indifferently at Yi Futian. He was at the 3rd level arcana plane. He was so strong and gold light covered him. He'd transformed into a golden dragon. He seemed to hide a gold dragon in him and was unmoved no matter how the fire burned. Hiss, hiss. The gold dragon burned like in a furnace. Qin Li's brows furrowed slightly as he felt some pain. He looked down to see that strange golden fire burned in many places. They were like an emperor's fire that could destroy any resistance. Boom. Qin Li hurriedly let go of the rod and retreated. But Yu Sheng and Lulan Xue had already pounced toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. It would be troublesome if these two weren't taken care of. The demonic tripod enlarged quickly. It transformed into a dark tripod hovering in the air, looming over Qian Shanmu's head. The demonic pressure hammered down. The world turned dark as if demons had descended. He thrummed his guqin violently. The holy sound fell over him instead of Qin Li. It seemed to turn him into a saint. Yusheng appeared under the demonic tripod. His burly body shone with dark gold light. He reached out and the light from the demonic tripod instantly turned into a dark gold halberd. He was like a horrible demon going to kill Qian Shanmu. Lulan Xue arrived before Qin Mengrua. Her silver eyes had become a bit demonic. Snowflakes swirled in the air, sweeping towards Qin Mengrua. The coldness entered one's bones, it could freeze one's soul. Many people looked to this battlefield from the side. Compared to Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen climbing the Turtle Mountain, they were more interested in this battle. While the battle was still happening, Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen were still climbing up, practically side by side. It seemed that after climbing up these steps, they could meet the Turtle Hermit. They'd been extremely exhausted but were now suddenly filled with power. Power radiated from their bodies. Yi Wuchen's body was like a sword. He walked forward extremely calm. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. A special power emanated from the stone steps. It was like an invisible matrix with an endless string. It flowed through the steps like sound waves. The moment Yi Wuchen stepped onto them, the invisible ripple seemed to transform into the world's sharpest sword intent. It pierced his body, almost snapping it. The sword intent flowed through him and then stabbed him. It was using his power to attack himself. The stronger his sword intent was, the stronger the attack was. Even more terrifying, the might of the stone steps grew even more powerful. Qin Yuan also underwent this pain. He used his power to resist the might, but that power turned back against him, attacking his flesh. This was so painful. Not only did he have to bear the might of the Turtle Mountain, but he also had to bear his own attack. Something flickered past his handsome face. It was a shred of pain. Who thought of this horrible test? The stone steps were so long and steep too. Yi Wuchen needed to use more and more resistance to go up, reaching the limit. This growing power would also be used to attack him. Yi Wuchen didn't think of all that. He continued climbing. Sword light wrapped around him, melding into his body. His entirety dazzled like a sword. His steps were slow but very steady. He climbed step by step. Endless sword intent flowed through him, stabbing into his bone marrow. But so what? If he couldn't even protect his love, he wouldn't qualify to become a swordsman. A swordsman should have no fears. He continued climbing, one step at a time. The pain strengthened as he walked. Endless sword intent passed through him. Any misstep could kill him. His sword intent strengthened. The force he had to bear strengthened as well. It was almost at the limit, penetrating his flesh. Blood appeared on his clothes. His sword body was damaged too. His organs seemed to be damaged by the sword aura as well, but he didn't retreat. His steps didn't stop either. In fact, his sword intent was still strengthening. He was amidst a destructive sword scene. Madman! Behind him, Qin Yuan suffered the horrible pain, his face twisted. Seeing that Yi Wuchen was still going forward, his every step so sure, he cursed inwardly. Was Yi Wuchen willing to give his life for a woman? But thinking of his mission, Qin Yuan didn't give up either. He continued. After a while, Qin Yuan was halfway there. Looking at the remaining portion, Qin Yuan was in pain. Yi Wuchen was past that point. Blood kept dripping onto the stone. Qin Yuan didn't even know if Yi Wuchen could survive to the top. Sword intent from the surroundings stabbed into Yi Wuchen's body, ravaging him. He looked up, eyes still as determined as before. However, his steps faltered. It was too painful. A figure appeared in his mind. They didn't have a dramatic relationship. It was as calm as water. When they occasionally met eyes, they would feel shy. But this little trickle of emotions warmed his heart. The 3 words in the letter he'd received at the mountain, "Can you come?" He had come. And since he was here, he would do it. It was his promise, it was his protection. If he couldn't, he would allow all the swords to pierce his heart and kill him. Yi Wuchen continued forward. Chapter 325, Turtle Hermit. Chapter 325, Turtle Hermit. At the foot of Turtle Mountain, countless people gazed at the mountain. There were nobles, Arcana Plane cultivators, as well as Dharma Plane cultivators. An extremely intense battle seemed to have erupted on Turtle Mountain. However, they could clearly see the stone steps below the palace. There was no mist there and everyone could vividly see 2 people. Although the 2 figures appeared to be very tiny in their eyes, they could still figure out who they were. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, and Yi Wuchen, the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan, had arrived at the final stone steps, trying to reach the top. They seemed to have encountered an extremely strong resistive force. Qin Yuan stopped when he was halfway through the stone steps and did not continue to walk. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen's body looked as proud as a pine and as straight as a sword. He walked forward step by step. Although he was slow, everyone could see him moving. With every step that he took, he was leaving Qin Yuan even further behind. At first, everyone thought that the outcome of the contest was obvious and Qin Yuan would certainly win. But what could they say now? When Yi Wuchen reached the top of the stone steps, sunlight from the sky sprinkled onto his body. At this instant, he seemed to be showered in an endless radiance and had become the most dazzling existence. If a person from the royal family of Lu Kingdom managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain, he could inherit the throne. Now, Yi Wuchen managed to reach the top. Surprise filled everyone's eyes. Nobody had expected Yi Wuchen to be able to do so. From now on, Yi Wuchen, the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan, could be compared to the best geniuses of Eastern Barren territory. Qin Yuan was still standing at his spot. He also tried to advance forward, but eventually, he failed and was blown back to the bottom of the stone steps. The battle between Yi Futian and Qin Li also stopped. They raised their heads to look at the stone steps above them when they saw Yi Wuchen's body disappearing from their view. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. We won. The peak of the Turtle Mountain. Yi Wuchen walked forward. At the moment, the pressure had already disappeared. He walked past a door and arrived at an ancient palace. It was a stone palace, and there were many complicated symbols on the ground. Looking at the symbols, Yi Wuchen actually found them to be extremely mysterious, but he could not understand them. I am Yi Wuchen. Greetings, Turtle Hermit, Yi Wuchen said. He only had one arm and could not fold his hands. Therefore, he could only bow slightly to salute. At the moment, his white shirt was covered with many frightening bloodstains. A figure slowly climbed out from the stone door of the stone palace. It was a turtle. The turtle extended his neck and looked at Yi Wuchen. His behavior was very much like a human, and furthermore, he appeared to be very old. Lu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit was the totem of Lu Kingdom and had lived for countless years. He was literally an old monster. The crawling speed of turtles was extremely slow, often so slow that people would lose their patience while waiting. Luckily, Yi Wuchen was a very patient man. He stood quietly at his spot. Turtle Hermit approached him and extended one of his feet which looked like the arm of a person. He took a willow branch and started drawing on the ground. The symbols around Yi Wuchen lit up. They released a dazzling radiance and appeared to be very mysterious and unpredictable. The symbols were made up of countless figures and were changing continuously as if they were trying to derive the future. Finally, a diagram was formed. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Wuchen. His look was gentle but filled with some sympathy. You should leave Lu Kingdom, Turtle Hermit said with a human voice. This was the first thing that he said. Yi Wuchen was puzzled. He looked at Turtle Hermit, stunned, and said, I don't understand. Lu Kingdom's events will bring you misfortune. You will be involved. Turtle Hermit's voice was very soft. Hearing this, Yi Wuchen felt a wave of coldness surging through his body. He was not afraid of danger. With his determination, he managed to reach the top of Turtle Mountain. However, he was afraid that he would not be able to change anything. Turtle Hermit claimed that Lu Kingdom's events would bring him bad luck. Did it mean that he could not change the fate of the kingdom? Senior, can you predict the future? Yi Wuchen asked. Turtle Hermit shook his head. Even this action was performed very slowly. Nobody can predict the future. It is just that I can see what normal people cannot, and from there make some deductions, Turtle Hermit said slowly. There are laws governing everything in the world. I can see more of them because I live longer than others. Furthermore, my talents in cultivation are limited, and therefore I can only spend my time doing these boring things. Senior, since you cannot see the future, everything is still unknown, Yi Wuchen said. Turtle Hermit stared at him and a warm smile appeared on his face. Yi Wuchen had such a firm faith, but he was not strong enough to change anything. Ultimately, he was only a young arcana plane cultivator. Wait for a while. I'll let your friends in, Turtle Hermit said. Then, he walked back through the stone door with the same slow speed. At the moment, many people were gathered below the stone steps on Turtle Mountain where Qin Yuan was at. They included Qin Li, Qian Shanmu, Yi Futian and his team, as well as the people from various top forces. They all saw Yi Wuchen reach the top of the stone steps. On the other hand, Qin Yuan had fallen down the steps. Qin Yuan had lost to Yi Wuchen. Qin Li's face was somewhat gloomy. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Go and try again." From his tone, it seemed that he was not very respectful towards his young uncle. Qin Yuan's mother was concubine Nan, a charming lady. He would obviously not respect the son of such a degrading woman. His father was the crown prince of Qin dynasty, the righteous successor to the throne, and he was the grandson of the king. Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's handsome face as he raised his head to look at the stone steps. He knew that it would be useless even if he tried again. Some other people tried, but they gave up after only a short while. They did not want to marry anyone from the Lu kingdom and therefore did not have to go through this suffering. Suddenly, a mist formed from spiritual qi appeared across Turtle Mountain. The dense mist enveloped the whole mountain and soon everyone's vision blurred. What is happening? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. In the mist, Yi Futian saw a path in front of him. Then, he heard someone say, "Come up." The voice was gentle but seemed to have a magical power. A weird expression appeared on Yi Futian's face, but he still decided to follow the path in the mist and went up the mountain. After walking for a while, the mist slowly dissipated and Yi Futian's surrounding became visible. He realized that he was in front of a stone palace. Yi Wuchen was standing there. "Have I reached the top of Turtle Mountain?" "Wuchen." Yi Futian approached Yi Wuchen. Then, he saw an old turtle crawl out from the stone door. The turtle stared at him with a gentle look, causing Yi Futian to feel very strange. The action and demeanor of the turtle were very much like a human. "Senior, did you bring me here?" Yi Futian asked. Turtle Hermit nodded. He slowly walked up to Yi Futian, after which he did the exact same action as before. He drew with a willow branch and a dazzling light was emitted. Countless symbols started changing continuously. However, unlike Yi Wuchen, many diagrams appeared in the end. Turtle Hermit raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. Smiling, he said, "Too many variables. I can't deduce anything." "Senior, what are you doing?" Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Lu Feiyang had said that Turtle Hermit had an unfathomable ability and knew the past, present, and future. Of course, Yi Futian did not believe in that. Nobody could predict the future. Even an astrologer could only estimate the upper limit of a person's fate. There would still be countless unforeseen events in his life. Turtle Hermit looked at Yi Futian and said, "You were born extraordinary." Yi Futian was stunned. It seemed that the so-called Turtle Hermit indeed had some abilities. He also knew that he had an unusual background. Emperor Yi Qing, the snow ape, and the behavior of his godfather all proved this. "In the illusion, you saw many beautiful ladies?" Turtle Hermit smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was speechless. This old turtle even knows about that. Was that not merely an illusion? Beauties still decay into mere skeletons after death. That's just an illusion and does not reflect my true nature, Yi Futian said in a righteous manner. Images spring from your heart. Turtle Hermit looked at him with a faint smile. Yi Futian widened his eyes at the old turtle. This is nonsense. I was not bewitched by the illusions. The desire for food and sex is part of human nature. Turtle Hermit smiled and said, "It is natural to fantasize about something nice. This desire is normal. Anyone who lived in the world would have desires. Otherwise, he could not be called a human. When one did not have any desires, one would be a saint, but also a devil. Today, countless people had climbed Turtle Mountain. Turtle Hermit saw many things, including normal desires and distorted, evil ones. Some people were elegant and very good-looking. However, the desires hidden in their hearts were the complete opposite. Futian was speechless. He had been caught red-handed. If he knew this earlier, he would not have climbed Turtle Mountain. This turtle was really a bastard. He could actually peep into everyone's illusions. Could this be the reason why the king of Lu asked them to climb the mountain? Thinking about this, a strange look appeared on his face. This meant that Turtle Hermit also saw the illusions that the people of the Qin dynasty encountered. Senior, let's talk about my friend. Futian changed the topic. You are blessed. Turtle Hermit smiled. Futian did not understand what he meant by blessed. As for your friend, I advised him to leave. Otherwise, he will face misfortune, Turtle Hermit said. But he seems to be really stubborn. Misfortune? Futian's look froze. Was it not enough for them to climb Turtle Mountain? Senior, what do you know? Futian asked. Let's not talk about this. Come, follow me. Turtle Hermit crawled slowly into the stone palace. Yi Wuchen and Futian looked at each other. Then, they followed him into the stone palace. The interior of the stone palace was actually very unusual, as if they had entered another world instead of just a stone palace. In this place, there was the radiance from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Rain and snow fell from the sky, sand danced in the air, as well as lightning and cold wind. Together, the many scenes depicted a picture of the entire world. I have made this over my whole life. It contains the simplest laws governing everything in the world. My level is not high enough and I cannot understand the real laws, but it should be of some use to the two of you. How much of it you can comprehend depends on yourselves, Turtle Hermit said slowly. Futian started to feel the world. The sunlight that was pouring down, the wind blowing across, the violent lightning, and the other elements were all running according to their own laws. It was fascinating indeed. Senior, I have a few other friends on Turtle Mountain. Can you let them in as well? Futian asked Turtle Hermit. You slippery little guy. Turtle Hermit looked at Futian, then he smiled and nodded. Anyway, my days are numbered. I'll fulfill your wish then. Chapter 326, Conspiracy. Chapter 326, Conspiracy. At the moment, those trapped on Turtle Mountain and those who had climbed it had all returned to the foot of the mountain safely. Qin Yuan, Qin Li, and Chu Yao Yao were gathered together. Countless people were looking at them. Qin Yuan failed to climb to the top of Turtle Mountain. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen succeeded. According to what the king of Lu had said, Yi Wuchen would be married to the princess of Lu Kingdom. This meant that the Qin dynasty would have to return in failure. Does the Prince of Qin plan to give up? Someone in the crowd asked. Would the Qin dynasty let it go like this? Qin Li looked at the crowd. Then, he smiled and said, Lu Feiyang, the Prince of Lu Kingdom, is a good friend of Yi Wuchen. He accompanied Yi Wuchen up the mountain, so naturally, Yi Wuchen could reach the peak of Turtle Mountain. This is the holy land for the royal family of Lu Kingdom. There is thus nothing surprising about this outcome. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Qin Li did not want to admit Qin Yuan's failure. Qin Yuan looked at everyone with his handsome face. Smiling, he said, I really admire Princess Qinyu. How can I give up so easily? A strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Was the Qin dynasty so determined to win this? Qin Li raised his leg, and the group left the place. Chu Yao Yao followed beside him and glanced at Turtle Mountain. They have not come down yet. I wonder where they are now. Thinking about the illusion that she had experienced on Turtle Mountain, she felt very uneasy. Qin Li and his team returned to the imperial palace. The people from various forces also followed them curiously and returned to the palace. They wanted to see how the event would progress. The king of Lu, however, was not in the palace at the moment. On the peak of Turtle Mountain, there was another sloping land behind the stone palace. At the top of the sloping land, there was a huge rock, on which Turtle Hermit was lying on at the moment. The king of Lu also appeared on the slope. Turtle Mountain was the holy land of Lu Kingdom, so only the kings could climb it freely. "Senior, what's the progress?" the king of Lu asked. He was the king of Lu Kingdom, but Turtle Hermit had lived for countless years, so it was naturally alright for him to address Turtle Hermit as senior. When the king was young, Turtle Hermit was already the Turtle Hermit. "Have you ever thought of bringing your people away from Lu Kingdom?" Turtle Hermit looked at the king of Lu. King Lu's expression turned serious. Was the situation really this bad? This is the product from the hard work of our ancestors. Even if I was willing to leave, what should I tell my people? The king of Lu sighed. Can I tell them that we are escaping from an unknown threat? How about surrendering? Turtle Hermit said again. The king of Lu shook his head. He could feel a wave of coldness surging in his heart. Turtle Hermit turned silent and did not say anything else. The king of Lu understood his meaning. This would be a disaster for the Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty claimed that it would leave Qin Yuan the Lu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. However, he would not believe in such words easily. The problem was, what could he do even if he did not believe in that? "How's Yi Wuchen?" the king of Lu suddenly asked. "Very stubborn." "He will definitely be involved," Turtle Hermit said. Although he is not as talented as some people on Turtle Mountain, the purity of his heart for the sword is almost unparalleled. He will certainly be more accomplished than you in the future. It's no wonder that that person on the 7th summit granted him the title of Sword Master so quickly, the king of Lu said. How about the few others from the cottage? Their potential is limitless. Eastern Barren Territory will surely undergo a major change over this generation. Turtle Hermit shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, Qin dynasty has come too quickly." "I'll go and take a look," the king of Lu said. He did not ask about anything else. Turtle Hermit could deduce many things, but he was not a prophet. His attitude already revealed that Lu Kingdom would face a crisis. The outcome of the deduction was that, whether he agreed to the marriage proposed by Qin dynasty or not, the crisis would still exist. In other words, the purpose of the Qin dynasty this time might be more than just proposing the marriage. "Alright," Turtle Hermit nodded slowly. Then, he started to climb down the slope. His action was slow, and the king of Lu waited very patiently. At the moment, Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, Yu Sheng, Lu Lan Shui, and Lu Feiyang were all in the stone palace. Turtle Hermit had fulfilled Yi Futian's wish. The group was quietly feeling the mysterious powers in the stone palace. In the scene depicting the world, a willow branch moved gently and danced in the wind. However, it actually cut mountains into two and split rivers wide apart. A trace of flame bloomed, but it could not be extinguished until the entire heaven was incinerated. Yi Wuchen felt these pictures and sword will flew on his body. Even a willow branch could cut mountains apart. Then how about a sword? He had a sword body and was therefore very sensitive towards swords. He was immersed in the scene as if he had turned into a sword, or a trace of sword will himself. In the past, his master had told him that the sword will from a really powerful person cross thousands of miles and kill his enemy. This was the so-called killing a person from thousands of miles away and not leaving a trace behind. Yi Futian was similarly trying to feel his surroundings. Here, the laws governing various elements were running. When he activated the freedom meditation, he was able to see everything more clearly. He recalled the battle between the third brother and Lu Nantian from Donghua clan in Chaoga City. The powers that Lu Nantian released that time had given him a similar feeling. Could it be that the control of various laws was the ability of a sage? Did Turtle Hermit manage to understand the secret of the Sage Plane? That was a legendary plane. Suddenly, two figures walked into the stone palace. Seeing them, Futian and his team all stopped the cultivation. Your Majesty. Futian's eyes sparkled. He was surprised that the King of Lu actually appeared here with Turtle Hermit. The King of Lu smiled and did not release his might at all. Instead, he looked very friendly. Smiling, he said, "How do you feel?" "We have learned a lot," Yi Wuchen said, looking at the king. "That's great. You should spend some time cultivating here. Don't worry about things down the mountain." The king walked to Yi Wuchen and patted on his shoulders lightly. Yi Wuchen stood at his spot, feeling somewhat puzzled. What did the king's attitude mean? Was he going to agree to the marriage between Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu? Why then did Turtle Hermit say that Yi Wuchen had to leave, or else he would face a disaster? The King of Lu walked past Yi Wuchen and approached Yi Futian. Then, he stared at Yi Futian. "Your Majesty," Yi Futian said. "You don't have to be so polite." The king smiled and said, "Yi Futian, I have a favor to ask of you." Yi Futian's face was filled with doubt. Looking at the king, he said, "Your Majesty, please speak." "Take care of Feiyang and Qinyu in the future," the king said. Yi Futian stared at the king. Lu Kingdom was a top force of Eastern Barren territory, and the king was the lord of the kingdom. Why would he say such words? It must be that the king knew something bad was going to happen. "I'll definitely do my best." Yi Futian nodded solemnly. "Thanks," the king said, smiling. He similarly patted Yi Futian on the shoulder. "Work hard to cultivate. The future of Eastern Barren territory belongs to all of you." After that, he looked at his son Lu Feiyang. Then, he turned around and left the stone palace. Turtle Hermit accompanied him out as well. Yi Wuchen frowned and kept standing at his spot. After sending the king out of the stone palace, Turtle Hermit returned and said, "Don't worry and concentrate on cultivating. Since the king has promised you, nothing will happen in the imperial palace." Clearly, he was referring to Lu Qinyu. Yi Wuchen nodded and continued to cultivate. In the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace, Qin Yuan went to the princess pavilion where Lu Qinyu was at. "Prince Qin, what is it?" Lu Qinyu asked softly. Her tone was flat but it gave people a sense of distance. "Just now, I went to Turtle Mountain and experienced the illusion there. During the trial of character, I actually saw you. Therefore after I returned to the palace, I just want to come and see you." Qin Yuan's handsome face was filled with a gentle smile. The distortion and ferocity he had on his face on Turtle Mountain had completely vanished. Furthermore, Qin Yuan's smile seemed to contain a magical charm that would cause others to have a good feeling about him. Even though Lu Qinyu did not like him, she still could not really hate him after looking at his face. It was not because he was good-looking, but rather it seemed to have a special power. Lu Qinyu did not reply to his words. What could she say? "I have nothing else. I only wanted to come here and take a look. Bye." Qin Yuan was very polite. Then, he turned around and left in a very appropriate manner. Beside Lu Qinyu, her servant said, "Princess, the Prince of Qin is really handsome. He seems to have been born with such a charm. I'm sure everyone wants to get close to him." The servant said so only because Lu Qinyu's character was good. Otherwise, she would not dare to say this. A strange expression appeared on Lu Qinyu's face, she knew that her servant was right. However, at the moment she suddenly thought of another person and a gentle smile appeared on her face. He really made it to the peak of Turtle Mountain. After Qin Yuan left, they waited for the King of Lu to return. Then, they paid the king a visit, but the King of Lu did not give them a reply. He only invited all the visitors to a feast and said that he would announce the result after Yi Wuchen and the rest returned from Turtle Mountain. The people from the Lu Kingdom Imperial City were also waiting for the news. Yi Wuchen climbed Turtle Mountain, and they were all wondering if the king would really choose him. In the few days that followed, Qin Yuan would visit the princess pavilion where Lu Qinyu was at every single day. Each time, he would only stay for a short while, which was very appropriate. Even the king of Lu knew about this. However, he also had no reasons to stop Qin Yuan from doing so. After Yi Wuchen returned in a few days' time, he would announce the outcome. By that time, what other excuses could Qin dynasty find? One day, in the pavilion where Qin Li resided, there were only Qin Li and Qin Yuan. You still haven't settled Lu Qinyu? Qin Li frowned and stared at Qin Yuan with a sharp look. Lu Qinyu's level is only slightly lower than mine. I need time, Qin Yuan said. But we don't have time. You already saw that old king's attitude yourself. After Yi Wuchen returns, he will announce the outcome. By that time, our plan will have failed, Qin Li said coldly. This failed because of you. I'll give you 2 more days, and you must take down Lu Qinyu completely. Don't you like such a beauty? Some gloominess flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. He was more interested in Chu Yaoyao, the lovely virgin of Moon Clan. If he had the chance, he would certainly make Chu Yaoyao submit before him. Isn't it too risky? Qin Yuan asked. Even if it is exposed, Lu Kingdom will not dare to kill you because of your identity. If Lu Kingdom really assaults you, you will have contributed to the success of the plan instead, Qin Li said emotionlessly. If father's plan is affected, you'll be responsible for it. I got it. Qin Yuan nodded. Then, he turned around and left. Looking at his back, some coldness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Naturally, he knew that Qin Yuan would love to kill him. Such a worthless idiot actually dreams of obtaining the throne, but he is good-looking. He is indeed the child of that slut. Chapter 327, Outrageous Murderous Intent. Chapter 327, Outrageous Murderous Intent. In the evening, Qin Yuan came to the pavilion Lu Qinyu was at again. Many people in the imperial palace were already used to it. Everyone also knew that Lu Qinyu obviously liked Yi Wuchen. Qin Yuan was but wasting his time. Nevertheless, Qin Yuan was a guest. Every day, he would greet the rest politely, so the Lu Kingdom also could not chase him out. Stepping into Lu Qinyu's pavilion, Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with gloominess. He was in an extremely bad mood. In the first place, he was already unhappy that he had to come to Lu Kingdom to be the king's son-in-law. Today, he actually had to do such a dangerous thing. Qin Li was correct in that he indeed hoped that Qin Li would suffer a miserable death. But what could he do? Although his mother, concubine Nan, was loved by the king of Qin, he knew clearly that it was because his mother had relied on her ability. The king of Qin loved concubine Nan only because of certain reasons. However, the king's real goal was the world, and only the crown prince Qin Yu was his heir, while Qin Li was Qin Yu's heir. On the other hand, he appeared to be having a good life, but in reality, his status was extremely petty before Qin Yu and Qin Li. Today, he did not want to come here at all. This was the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace. It was easy for Qin Li to do merely the talking, but he knew that this would be very dangerous. However, what else could he do? Qin Yu was already the crown prince at the moment, and the king of Qin was passing his authority to Qin Yu gradually. Qin Yu was very powerful in Qin dynasty now, and nobody dared to disobey his orders. The fate of Qin Yuan and his mother was all in the hand of Qin Yu. This time, the order Qin Yu had given him was that he must complete the plan. Otherwise, he would bear the full responsibility. Before Qin Yu, he could not fight back at all. That bastard! Qin Yuan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He stepped into the courtyard and, very quickly, his look turned normal again. The usual charming smile appeared on his face. Prince Qin. The servant came to welcome him. Seeing the charming face of Qin Yuan, the look of the servant turned somewhat infatuated. as if she was lost. Out. I have something to discuss with Princess Qinyu. With a gentle look on his face, Qin Yuan smiled at the servant. His eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious color. The servant looked very lost and she nodded gently. Then, she walked outside the pavilion. It was as if she would obey all of Qin Yuan's orders at the moment. Qin Yuan continued walking and approached Lu Qinyu. Seeing Qin Yuan come again, Lu Qinyu was quite unhappy, but she could only tolerate it. For some reason, every time Qin Yuan arrived, she could not really hate him, as if his face really had a special charm. Qinyu. Qin Yuan's voice was very gentle and he looked at Lu Qinyu with much admiration. Prince Qin, what is it? Hearing the way Qin Yuan called her, Lu Qinyu frowned gently. Are you willing to be my wife? Qin Yuan asked. Prince Qin, please do not drivel. I have something else to settle. Please leave, Lu Qinyu said in an unhappy tone. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Bitch, you want this yourself. Qin Yuan's look changed suddenly as if he had turned more intriguing. A mysterious spiritual power was released from his body and turned into an invisible radiance. It made him look so charming that anyone looking at him would feel lost. Lu Qinyu looked at Qin Yuan and felt as if she was being attracted to him. It felt very weird. What's happening? Lu Qinyu felt an ominous presentiment. A mysterious and powerful spiritual energy engulfed Lu Qinyu directly. At this instant, she only felt somewhat lost and very tired. Faintly, it was as if the person standing before her was not Qin Yuan but rather Yi Wuqian. Lu Qinyu knew that something bad was happening, but her spiritual will was constantly being weakened and eroded. Eventually, she stood motionlessly at her spot, looking lost. Bitch, since you chose this path, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yuan's look was extremely gloomy. He did not want to do this, after all, this was at Lu Kingdom. But what other choice did he have? His heart was filled with resentment at the moment. He hated Qin Li, hated the king of Lu, and hated Lu Qinyu. This bitch. Am I any lesser than Yi Wuqian? Qin Yuan's personality was distorted due to the environment he had grown up in. On Turtle Mountain when his willpower was at its weakest, he had already exposed his true, distorted self in the illusion. At the moment, this was also the case. He was like a two-faced person. He was the gentle, talented, and handsome Prince Qin, but also the petty Qin Yuan who could only live in the shadows. Even his ability was one which was unpresentable and disdained by others. However, whenever he used this ability on women, it had always been very effective. His smile became gentle and charming again. He approached Lu Qinyu step by step and looked at the pure and proud beauty before him. He reached out his arm and stroked her fine hair and beautiful face. Qinyu, you're so beautiful. Qin Yuan's voice was extremely gentle. Although Lu Qinyu was not one of the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren Territory, she was also a famous beauty. She was the noble princess of Lu Kingdom and had a unique kind of charm. At the moment, she was standing quietly before him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. This further stimulated the distortion in Qin Yuan's heart. Didn't she want to reject me? Then, how about after I get her body? His fingers slid down from her stunningly beautiful face and touched her exquisite neck gently. Then, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Reaching out both of his hands, Qin Yuan took off Lu Qinyu's outer clothing. Her white shoulders were flawless, and her sexy clavicle was so captivating. Lu Qinyu's body trembled gently. She looked like she was in pain, and her spirit was also struggling. She seemed to have realized what she was experiencing and wanted to break free from the control. However, she felt so powerless at the moment and could not concentrate at all, as if there was a prison that locked her spirit inside. She felt terrible. So beautiful, Qin Yuan exclaimed. He had only seen a small part of her body, and it was already so fascinating. His look alternated between being gentle and being distorted. He moved his head close to Lu Qinyu's ears and neck, and enjoyed the smell from the beauty before him. An enchanted look appeared on his face. "Help!" A soft and low voice came out from Lu Qinyu's mouth. Qin Yuan frowned and walked closer to Lu Qinyu, continuing to release his powerful spiritual energy. She actually can still resist. He heard some footsteps behind him. The servant was walking back again. Because it was in the imperial palace, Lu Qinyu only had a servant to take care of her. There were no guards because none were needed. Who would dare to assault the princess in the imperial palace? Unexpectedly, this happened today. Qin Yuan was not in a hurry. He turned his head slowly and glanced at the servant. He released his spiritual energy and a special charm bloomed. He said to the servant, "Wait outside." "Okay." The servant felt somewhat lost. She nodded obediently, after which she left. "Qinyu, nobody will disturb us. You will feel happy, and in the future, you will be my wife. All I have done is to bring this fantastic process forward," Qin Yuan said with a ferocious look on his face. "You're really strong and can still shout even in this situation." Qin Yuan took off another one of her shirts, and there was only a thin undergarment covering Lu Qinyu. Her sexy body caused Qin Yuan to take a deep breath. Even Yi Wuchen has probably not enjoyed this scene before. Tears flew down from the corners of Lu Qinyu's eyes. Her body started to tremble. At the moment, Yi Wuchen and his team landed outside the imperial palace and stepped into the palace straight away. They could have spent more time cultivating. After all, it was really a rare opportunity, but Yi Wuchen was too bothered by the events in the Lu Kingdom and could not concentrate. Therefore, the group returned from the mountain. Fortunately, after their return, they did not hear any bad news. The king of Lu was waiting for them to announce his decision, so nothing bad should have happened. "Shall we go to Qinyu's place?" Lu Feiyang said. "Yup," Yi Wuchen nodded. After experiencing the events on Turtle Mountain, he seemed to know his thoughts more clearly. Even his feelings towards Lu Qinyu became more intense. The group headed towards the princess pavilion directly. At the same time, in the pavilion where Qin Li was at, a noble informed Qin Li, "Yi Futian and his team are back. They are heading towards Lu Qinyu's place." Some sharpness flashed across Qin Li's eyes. Qin Yuan has already been there for some time. What a perfect moment. Making Qin Yuan the king's son-in-law had never been the goal of Qin dynasty. They were already not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom anymore. In the pavilion where Lu Qinyu was, Qin Yuan was still enjoying the beauty before him. She was really beautiful, much more beautiful than any of the women he had played before. He was thinking how she would compare to the top 3 beauties of Eastern Barren territory. His hands slid across her tender skin and were about to remove the last barrier. Tears flew down Lu Qinyu's cheeks continuously. Her body trembled constantly and she was in great pain. A crying beauty will make people want to pamper her even more. "I'll treat you very gently," Qin Yuan said, placing his hands on the thin undergarment. However, suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Princess, are you here?" Qin Yuan's hands froze at the spot. He quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on Lu Qinyu. Some footsteps came from the outside. They sounded very urgent. Very soon, a group of people appeared. Yi Wuchen, Lu Feiyang, and Yi Futian walked in first and saw the scene before them. Lu Qinyu's shirts were messy as if they had been put on randomly, while Qin Yuan's hands were placed on her clothes. Lu Qinyu stood there motionlessly and her face was filled with tears. Boom! A violent rage erupted from Lu Feiyang's body. "Bastard!" Lu Feiyang roared in a hoarse voice as he rushed forward. Yi Wuchen approached Lu Qinyu like a straight sword and shouted, "Qinyu." As he spoke, he helped Lu Qinyu to put on her clothes properly. "Her spiritual energy has been attacked," Yi Futian said. A trace of sword will emerged from the center of Yi Wuchen's eyebrows and entered Lu Qinyu's mind. "Qinyu." Yi Wuchen's voice spread continuously in Lu Qinyu's mind. Suddenly, her body trembled and she broke free from the control. She stared at Yi Wuchen and tears flew down her face constantly. Her body trembled fiercely as if she had just experienced the most terrifying thing. Looking at her expression, Yi Wuchen only felt extremely guilty and painful. He hugged her tightly and said gently, "Qinyu, it's all right now. I am here." Yi Wuchen stared at Qin Yuan who was behind her. His look seemed to be from the deepest part of hell and his murderous intent filled the sky. Chapter 328, Kill. Chapter 328, Kill. Seeing Yi Wuchen's eyes, Qin Yuan's heart trembled gently and he felt somewhat scared. "I didn't do anything," Qin Yuan said. Then his body flashed into the air in an attempt to escape from the place. Qin Li had said that his life would not be in danger, but clearly, he did not believe in that. A person could do anything in anger and would not care about the consequences. Now, all he needed to do was to escape from the place and wait for these people to calm down. He also did not expect them to come here at this moment and interrupt his business. Originally, after he did what he was going to do, Lu Kingdom would be forced to take him as the princess's husband. "You still want to leave?" Lu Feiyang charged towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's look turned monstrous and his spiritual energy erupted wildly, piercing into Lu Feiyang's mind. At this instant, Lu Feiyang finally understood what a terrifying thing his sister had experienced. Everyone knew that the king of Qin and concubine Nan had a son named Qin Yuan. He was very talented and liked by the king. However, his existence was not really strongly felt in the outside world, because he seldom appeared outside. Very few people knew what his ability was. Only at this very moment did Lu Feiyang finally know Qin Yuan's ability. "Stop him!" Lu Feiyang roared. Immediately, many imperial guards appeared outside the pavilion. They ascended into the sky and stopped Qin Yuan in midair. "Take him down," Lu Feiyang shouted coldly. Among the guards who had appeared, there was a noble. His might enveloped the place and he reached out his hand towards Qin Yuan directly. "You dare to touch me?" Qin Yuan roared coldly. However, the incoming hand still continued forward and grabbed him directly. "Let me go!" Qin Yuan shouted in anger. "I am the son of the king of Qin." Many people ran over from the distance one after another. The king of Lu was here himself. Today, he had invited several lords and ministers to discuss the proposal of Qin dynasty. Little did he expect something to happen here. When the king and the rest arrived, they saw Yi Wuchen hugging Lu Qinyu whose shirts were messed up. Then, they noticed the scene in front of them and roughly understood what had happened. Immediately, an appalling might was emitted from the king of Lu and engulfed Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan could clearly feel the murderous intent spreading from the king. "Your Majesty, I didn't do anything. You can't do anything to me." Qin Yuan looked at the king in fear. This was the Lu Kingdom imperial palace after all. If the king really wanted to kill him at all costs, he would certainly die. Crack. The king of Lu clenched his fists and his murderous intent did not weaken at all. Did Qin Yuan do such an inhuman thing because he was confident that the king did not dare to touch him? This place was, after all, the imperial palace of Lu Kingdom. Qin Yuan actually wanted to do something to the princess of the Lu Kingdom in the princess pavilion. How daring that was! This was more than just going too far. Qin Yuan was certainly frenzied. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Suddenly, someone walked to the king and bowed. It was Lord Kong. "Your Majesty." Another person walked out and bowed at the king. Although they did not say much, everyone knew that they were reminding the king to be calm. They could all feel the rage and murderous intent of the king at the moment. However, if he really killed Qin Yuan impulsively, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivators from Qin dynasty would surely come to Lu Kingdom. "Calm down." The king of Lu glanced at those who spoke. His face was gloomy and his murderous intent did not decrease at all. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu walked out from Yi Wuchen's arms. She stared coldly at Qin Yuan and an extremely strong murderous intent could be seen. "Kill him," Lu Feiyang said to the noble who was holding Qin Yuan. "Your Majesty, we must not do that." Lord Kong tried to stop him. Looking at the king again, he shouted, "Your Majesty." The king of Lu clenched his fists firmly. He knew that once he said the phrase, "kill him," the Qin dynasty would have an excuse to attack the Lu kingdom. Suddenly, there was the sound of people moving in the air, and another group of cultivators arrived. It was Qin Li and the others from Qin dynasty. In the distance, the people from other top forces were all alarmed as they observed the situation from afar. What is happening? So many people have actually gathered there, they thought. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Why are you seizing my uncle? Looking at the scene, Qin Li frowned as if he did not know about this at all. Qin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Qin Li and the people from Qin dynasty had arrived, so the king of Lu should probably be calmer now. Qin Li, I really admire the princess and only wanted to be closer to her, but I didn't do anything else. Help me to persuade His Majesty, Qin Yuan said. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. He looked at Qin Yuan and said, "Uncle, how could you be so confused?" After that, he looked at the king of Lu and said, "Your Majesty, perhaps my uncle was attracted by the princess and was worried that you would not agree to our proposal. Fortunately, he did not do anything. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. My uncle will be responsible for this and will be married to Princess Qinyu in a proper manner." Everyone was puzzled by Qin Li's words, especially Lu Feiyang and Yi Wuchen. Their look turned extremely icy. Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing, and yet Qin Li said that luckily, he did not do anything. Furthermore, he said that the price Qin Yuan would pay for this was to be married to Lu Qinyu in a proper way. There were no punishments, and Qin dynasty and Qin Yuan would benefit instead. How ridiculous this was. Yet, Qin Li said it as if it was only reasonable and right. The king of Lu stared at Qin Li. Did Qin Li even take his existence into account? "Father, kill him." Lu Feiyang's eyes were blood-red. His sister had been humiliated in such a way, but Qin Li actually asked Qin Yuan to marry her. How absurd. "Do you know what you are saying?" the king of Lu said, staring at Qin Li. Qin Li bowed slightly at the king and said, "Then, Your Majesty, please kill him." Everyone stared at Qin Li, including the king. However, Qin Li looked at Qin Yuan and said, "My uncle did nothing too terrible. You kill him and the army from the Qin dynasty will come." "Your Majesty, is that what you want?" "Are you threatening me?" the king said. "I would not dare," Qin Li said out loud. He bowed at the king and continued, "I am but telling the truth. Your Majesty, if you have agreed to our proposal earlier, this would not have happened. But it already did. Are you really going to destroy the relationship between the two kingdoms, or even start a war, just because of this?" For now, the best way not to ruin the princess's reputation would be to let my uncle be married to her properly, Qin Li said with much confidence and composure as if no one was beside him. Many people stared coldly at him, but he did not seem to mind at all. Nobody knew what he was thinking, or why he was behaving so wildly. "Your Majesty, if the Prince of Qin really marries the princess, it would be good for her as well," Lord Kong urged. "That's right, Your Majesty." Many people nodded one after another. They could clearly see Qin Li's dominant attitude and were frightened as well. If Qin Yuan was really killed and the army from Qin dynasty came to attack the Lu kingdom, their safety would be compromised. "You bastards," someone scolded. A noble also said emotionlessly, "You can actually say something so shameless." There were obviously also people who had moral integrity. The king of Lu looked at these people. When the people from Qin dynasty just arrived at the imperial city, they visited all the lords and ministers. Was that why the situation was like this now? Your Majesty, calm down first. You are also doing this for the princess. Some people did not speak aloud but instead transferred their words to the king's ears secretly. Thud. Suddenly, everyone heard a soft noise. Qinyu. Everyone looked below them where they saw a sharp blade formed from spiritual qi pierced directly into Lu Qinyu's body, right before her heart. Her black eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the people in the sky. So many people from the Lu kingdom actually suggested that she should be married to Qin Yuan. Qinyu, why are you doing this? I told you that I am already here. Yi Wuqian hugged Lu Qinyu in his arms. He did not look at her directly, and his eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. I know. Lu Qinyu nodded. She looked at Yi Wuqian very gently and held his hand tightly as if he was the only person she could trust. Qinyu. The king of Lu also did not expect his daughter to be so determined. He similarly felt very guilty and that he had mistreated his daughter. Princess, your reaction is too intense. You don't have to do this, Qin Li said. My uncle will not disappoint you. Shut up. Yu Xing roared at Qin Li and clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Suddenly, Yi Futian stepped out and walked towards Qin Yuan. Yi Wuqian also approached Lu Feiyang and said, Feiyang, help me to take care of Qinyu. Then, he passed Lu Qinyu and went to Lu Feiyang. He walked forward and caught up with Yi Futian, after which he said, let me do it. Yi Futian looked at Yi Wuqian. Then, he stopped moving forward. What do you want to do? Qin Yuan stared coldly at the incoming Yi Wuqian. A terrifying sword qi whizzed on Yi Wuqian's body. In his hand, there was an extremely sharp sword will. Everyone stared at him. Someone from the Lu kingdom shouted, how dare you? Yi Wuqian, how dare you do this? Qin Li also roared, but his body remained in the original spot and he did not move at all. Yi Wuqian accelerated and turned into a blade of light. Bring him away, someone from the Lu kingdom shouted at the person holding Qin Yuan. Let me go. Qin Yuan also struggled as he tried to break free. However, Yi Wuqian had already arrived. His palm struck out like a sword and a beam of light flashed across before vanishing. The noble from the Lu kingdom let go of Qin Yuan, but Qin Yuan only reached out his hands, trembling, and covered his neck. There, blood was flowing out slowly. His body trembled fiercely, and his usually charming eyes were only filled with an endless fear at the moment. Holding his neck, Qin Yuan turned around with difficulty and looked at Qin Li, who was still standing at his spot. He stared at Qin Li firmly and his face became distorted and looked very ferocious. He wanted to say something, but the blood from his neck started to gush out like a spring. He could not speak and only stared at Qin Li with a vicious look. Finally, Qin Yuan's body collapsed to the ground and started twitching. Even he did not expect himself to actually die here. Chapter 329, Storm Incoming. Chapter 329, Storm Incoming. Very soon, Qin Yuan's body stopped moving and became motionless. His blood colored the entire ground. Everyone froze. The imperial palace fell into a terrifying silence. Qin Yuan, the youngest son of the king of Qin, came to the Lu kingdom to propose a marriage. Now, he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. Whatever the cause of his death might be, he was already dead now. What would the consequences be? Many lords and ministers stared very coldly at Yi Wuqian. They looked as if they wanted to eat Yi Wuqian alive. The king of Lu looked at Yi Wuqian similarly. His expression was very complicated and he could not keep calm. Could he blame Yi Wuqian? Yi Wuqian did this for his daughter Qinyu. At the instant when he landed the strike, the consequences he would need to face were already destined. It did not matter if he was the sword master of the 7th summit of Futian sword clan or not. The person he killed was the youngest son of the king of Qin. Even if the son of the leader of Futian sword clan did this, his outcome would still be the same. However, Yi Wuchen did not hesitate at all. He struck out that hit so resolutely. Even at this moment, his look was still so firm and calm, and his one-armed body still stood straight. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qinyu's face was already wet with tears. The warmth that this strike brought her far exceeded the pain she had suffered. When Qin Yuan did such an inhuman thing in her house, the Lu Kingdom Imperial Palace, many lords and ministers did not speak for her. They did not punish Qin Yuan and were even discussing marrying her to him. How ridiculous and desperate this was. Because of that, she stabbed herself with a sharp blade. She was so desperate and wanted to show these people her attitude, even if she might die. Even her father, the king of Lu Kingdom, was hesitating. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen directly attacked and killed the person who humiliated her. She looked at Yi Wuchen and her eyes were filled with resolution. In this lifetime, she would accompany him regardless of what would happen. She would live if he was alive, and die if he was to die. In the distance, the people from various forces looked at the scene. Different thoughts raced through their minds. As for Qin Li, there seemed to be a sneer in the depth of his emotionless eyes. He finally died. Qin Li thought. Of course, he knew why Qin Yuan looked at him like that before he died. Qin Yuan was not stupid, instead, he was extremely clever. Qin Li was the one who had ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did. Just now, he clearly had the chance to save Qin Yuan, but he did not. Because, this was the real plan. Qin Li did not expect it to work out so easily. Even Qin Yuan did not know why they came to propose the marriage this time. Only Qin Li knew everything. Alliance through marriage? They did not need it. Qin dynasty was not interested in allying with the Lu kingdom, because it would be meaningless. The king of Lu was very cunning. At most, he would only sacrifice Lu Qinyu in the marriage and ultimately he would still not listen to Qin dynasty's commands. Now, what the Qin dynasty really needed was a battle, one that would shock the entire Eastern Barren territory. They not only needed a battle, but also an overpowering victory, and they needed it urgently. Just like what the king of Lu had thought, the few disciples of the cottage had already grown to this level. How could Qin dynasty wait for them to become even stronger? They had already planned many things. Now, they needed a battle that would ignite the whole situation. Therefore, the scene just now happened. If he really tried to stop everything, nobody could really kill Qin Yuan, unless, of course, the king of Lu wanted him dead himself. If he stepped in, Yi Wuchen's powers would be insignificant. Qin Li was extremely excited. A useless bastard died, and they completed the plan perfectly. How could he not be excited? Of course, he would not display it. At the moment, his body was only filled with a cold murderous aura. The people from Qin dynasty went beside Qin Yuan one after another. Their cold and terrifying aura engulfed the space. Take him down, someone shouted coldly. The person who gave the order first was actually a minister from the Lu kingdom. The lords and ministers stared firmly at Yi Wuchen with an extremely cold look. Although Qin Yuan was killed by Yi Wuchen, he died in the Lu kingdom imperial palace. He came here to propose marriage. Sword Qi whizzed in the air as the cultivators from the 7th summit of Futian sword clan went before Yi Wuchen to protect him. Who dares to touch him? Lu Feiyang roared angrily. He was still holding Lu Qinyu. Suddenly, Lu Qinyu stepped forward. Dragging her injured body, she walked towards Yi Wuchen step by step. Yi Futian similarly stared coldly at the people around. These bastards. He naturally knew the consequences that might be caused by Yi Wuchen killing Qin Yuan, but he did not stop Yi Wuchen. Lu Qinyu was Yi Wuchen's girl. If such a thing happened to Hua Jieyu, he would kill the culprit as well. If Yi Wuchen did not kill Qin Yuan, he would no longer be his true self. His sword would also no longer be sharp. People from the 7th summit, get out of the way. Suddenly, another group of cultivators whizzed over in the air. It was the people from the first summit of Futian's sword clan. Among them, Zhisong stared at Yi Wuchen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Wuchen was from Futian's sword clan. Because he killed Qin Yuan, they had to give him away. If the people from the 7th summit wanted to protect him, it would surely affect the whole Futian sword clan. Sword will flew on the cultivators from the 7th summit. A terrifying sword chi whizzed and they did not back away at all. The sword of the 7th summit would not give way to its enemies. Qin Yuan deserved to die. The atmosphere in the imperial palace was extremely tense. On the ground, Qin Yuan's corpse was still lying there, but there was no longer anyone who cared about his death. All anybody cared about at the moment was the consequences his death would bring. Everyone was thinking about his own benefits and losses. Lu Chenyu approached Yi Wuchen and stared at him. The event had changed their affections from lukewarm to scorching hot. She went beside Yi Wuchen and then leaned on his body quietly. Yi Wuchen looked at her similarly. He extended his right arm and held her gently. Lifting his head, he looked at the people around him. There was no fear in his eyes at all. If he was afraid of death, he would not have killed Qin Yuan. Lu Feiyang looked at the two who were surrounded by many cultivators. Yet, the scene at the moment seemed so warm. His eyes were actually filled with a terrifying red light. Staring at the king of Lu, he shouted, "Father!" The king's heart trembled. He was also affected by the scene before him and felt very guilty. That was his daughter. She was humiliated in such a way in the palace, but he did not manage to do anything for her. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen attacked the perpetrator directly. What did the ministers under him do? They wanted his daughter to be married to the man who humiliated her. Crack. The king clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with coldness. "Uncle." Suddenly, Qin Li walked to Qin Yuan's corpse and said, "You came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage. At first, you wanted to be married to the princess in a gorgeous manner. But you ended up like this." After that, he raised his head. Glancing coldly at the king and Yi Wuchen, he said, "Your Majesty, how do you plan to solve this problem?" "What do you want?" the king asked, staring at Qin Li. "Hand the three of them to me. Also, kill the people from the 7th summit of Futian sword clan," Qin Li said. He wanted to bring back Yi Wuchen, Lu Chenyu, and Lu Feiyang. Furthermore, he wanted the people from the Lu kingdom to kill the people from the 7th summit. "What if I don't agree?" the king said. "My uncle did not die for nothing." Qin Li's tone was emotionless but he appeared to be very domineering. "Your Majesty, please think of the general situation," Lord Kong said to the king, bowing. Many people also started to urge the king one after another. The king looked at these people and only said one word, "Scram." The lords and minister were stunned for a while. Seeing the expression of the king, they bowed and left. Qin Li watched and sneered. This was, of course, the outcome he had expected. "Your Majesty, I see what your attitude is," he said. Then, he looked at Zhisong and said, "How about Futian sword clan?" The death of the Prince of Qin was definitely not the intention of Futian sword clan. As for Yi Wuchen, do you want him dead or alive? Zhisong asked emotionlessly. "I'm fine with either." Qin Li smiled. "All right," Zhisong nodded. Then, he stepped forward and an appalling gust of sword chi swept out, engulfing Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu. The cultivators behind him also walked forward one by one. "Scram," the king said again, looking at Zhisong. Zhisong's expression froze. He lifted his head to look at the king and said, "This is an internal affair of Futian sword clan. Your Majesty, do you also want to interfere with this?" "This is my imperial palace," the king replied coldly. Zhisong looked at the king of Lu. Then, he looked at Qin Li and said, "It seems like I can only go back and report first. From this moment on, Yi Wuchen is no longer a disciple of Futian sword clan." We will automatically finish anyone who tries to protect him. Okay. I trust Fuyun's sword clan, Qin Li nodded. Zhisong turned around and left along with the people from the first summit. Qin Li looked at the king of Lu. Then, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, goodbye. Then, the people from Qin dynasty brought Qin Yuan's corpse and went about to leave. Wait, someone suddenly said. Qin Li stopped and turned around slowly, eventually looking at Yi Futian. You ordered Qin Yuan to do what he did, right? Yi Futian asked. Qin Li's look froze as he stared at Yi Futian. What are you saying? From the beginning, your goal was not to propose the marriage. You seem to be neither sad nor angry about Qin Yuan's death. Yi Futian cultivated in the freedom meditation and was thus very sensitive towards the feelings of others. Qin Li was not sad at all. Instead, Yi Futian could feel that he was excited. It was as if he was anticipating Qin Yuan's death all along. Thinking about the abnormal things that happened earlier, he suddenly realized that the Qin dynasty never wanted to ally with the Lu kingdom through marriage. The Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world, and their greatest opponent was the college cottage. They had already allied with several forces. Also, Lu Qinyu from the Lu kingdom and Yi Wuchen were very close to Yi Futian. After today's event, Lu kingdom and Yi Wuchen would be in great danger. Qin Yuan was my uncle, the brother of my father, and my grandfather's beloved child. What are you thinking about? Qin Li stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, Do you want to take the blame off of Yi Wuchen and say that my uncle's miserable death was caused by me? How ridiculous. I am thinking about whether you will have the same expression Qin Yuan had when you die. Yi Futian looked at Qin Li and did not continue to argue with him. Qin Yuan was already dead, and any argument would be meaningless. As long as they had this as an excuse, they would create huge bloodshed in Eastern Barren territory. However, no matter how this storm would evolve, Yi Futian knew that between him and Qin Li, only one would survive. Chapter 330, Pessimistic. Chapter 330, Pessimistic. Beside Qin Li, the Qin dynasty's powerful cultivators released their pressing energy onto Yi Futian. Meanwhile, Qin Li smirked coldly as he stared at Yi Futian and said, I was thinking the same thing. Their eyes met and both of them radiated a murderous intent. Yi Futian's eyes swept toward the guards next to Qin Li. All of them had terrifying auras. Naturally, he knew there was no way he could kill Qin Li here. Averting his gaze, Yi Futian's eyes landed on Emperor Lu. This was the Lu kingdom's imperial palace. The only way he could kill Qin Li was if Emperor Lu wanted to make him stay. Qin Li, just then, a voice rang out coldly. It was Emperor Lu. Yes, Your Majesty, answered Qin Li. Emperor Lu took a step forward and in a split second, a force of terrifying energy crushed down on Qin Li. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators of the Qin dynasty advanced beside Qin Li one by one in order to protect him. Qin Li lifted an eyebrow at Emperor Lu. Could it be that Your Majesty wishes to kill me? Emperor Lu continued forward and his outreached palm curled into a tight fist. Immediately, a horrific formless rush of air pressed onto Qin Li. It was like a giant invisible hand. Qin Li became stiff and the look on his face was not good. His body twitched here and there as if in immense pain. Boom! The nobles of the Qin dynasty released shocking forces. All of them were extremely powerful. You know well and clear what happened today. The Qin dynasty also knows. The reason why I'm not killing you is not because I don't understand, but because I want you to relay a message to Emperor Qin. Never take things too far because we will meet again. Emperor Lu stared hard at Qin Li before saying coldly, Scram. With that said, his palm shook and with a loud boom, Qin Li's body was propelled into the air. He spat up blood following a soft groan. However, he did not care too much of it and quickly wiped the blood seeping from the corners of his lips. Staring at Emperor Lu, a dark smile appeared on his face. Qin Li didn't question Emperor Lu's intellect. It was because he believed that Emperor Lu was a smart man that he knew the emperor wouldn't kill him. Although Qin Yuan had died in the Lu Palace, not all had been lost then. Nobody knew what the Qin dynasty would do to the Lu kingdom, what methods would be used against them. But what would the Qin dynasty do if Emperor Lu really killed Qin Li? With the lives of the entire Lu royal family on the line, would Emperor Lu really disregard it all just to kill them? I will commit your majesty's words to memory. I shall take my leave now, said Qin Li. He turned to leave with Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua, and the others followed behind him. Chu Yao Yao looked back and looked in a specific direction. So many feelings rushed through her. She never expected what happened today and she didn't know the entire story behind it. But the result for the Qin dynasty's visit to the Lu kingdom was the death of Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan. He had come to propose a marriage alliance but ended up dead right here in the Lu palace. Naturally, she knew what this event would lead to. It seemed the peace in the eastern barren territory was no longer. As Yi Futian watched Qin Li leave, his fists clenched tight and he sighed inwardly. Emperor Lu understood that this was part of a scheme set up by the Qin dynasty, yet he let Qin Li go. It was obvious Emperor Lu took the lives of the royal Lu family into consideration. However, Yi Futian was not optimistic about this situation. Even though Emperor Lu didn't kill Qin Li, did it necessarily mean that the Qin dynasty would go easy on them? Yi Futian did not think so at all. Since the Qin dynasty had gone through the lengths to set up all of this, they were most likely already well prepared for every and all scenarios. The people from other powers watched Qin Li and the others leave, and knew they should depart as well. One by one, they stepped forward to bow to Emperor Lu and left. Of course, they also knew what the events of today would mean for the future. They must hurry back to their clans and report to higher-ups in order to make appropriate countermeasures. Not far from the palace, Qin Li and his group came to a stop in the air. In a lowered voice, he said to the people next to him, "Monitor everything that goes on in the Lu palace." Yes. Multiple nobles descended to return on land, not leaving with Qin Li. Qin Li led the rest of his people further into the skies while a sinister smile escaped. In the Lu palace, there was tension in the air outside the princess residence. Every palace official had a thought of their own. Emperor Lu had a darkened expression on his face while Lu Feiyang stood with fury in his eyes and a murderous intent radiating from him. Lu Qinyu was hurt and leaned quietly on Yi Wuqian. At this moment, she had no will to do anything but to stay peacefully in his embrace. "Qinyu, father has failed you. I'm sorry." Emperor Lu looked at his daughter with guilt-stricken eyes. His daughter, Lu Qinyu, a devastating beauty as described poetry, graceful and pure as she was, had experienced such a terrible thing. All the while, as the emperor of the Lu kingdom, he couldn't protect her as a father should have. At the very end, he didn't even make all those from the Qin dynasty stay. Only Qin Yuan was killed. Lu Qinyu did not reply and remained quiet as she had been for a while. Of course, she knew her father did what he did for a reason. He had so many things to consider. But to have such a thing happen to her, one could only imagine the pain she was in. Emperor Lu lifted his head. Looking out to the crowd, he said, "Relay my order, Princess Lu Qinyu of the Lu kingdom is now betrothed to Yi Wuqian." Only then did Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu lift their heads to look at the emperor. Although this was something they wanted, it was hard to be happy at a time like this. The officials standing around did not have a single word to say. At this point, it was useless to attempt to convince Emperor Lu otherwise. "You can all go now." Emperor Lu waved his hand at the officials signaling for them to leave. "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone nodded and left contemplating what they would overcome this difficult situation. When everyone was gone, Emperor Lu's attention returned onto Yi Futian's group. "I'll go get some medicine. You guys wait here," he said. The emperor left after that. Yi Futian turned around to look at Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. He watched Yi Wuqian wrap his one arm around Lu Qinyu and told her, "I will kill Qinli." His voice was filled with determination. He sounded so sure, nobody would question his determination. Whether it be Yi Wuqian or Yi Futian and their other friends, everyone wanted Qinli dead. Not long after, Emperor Lu returned with a jade green bottle. He arrived beside Lu Qinyu, but instead of feeding the medicine to Lu Qinyu, the emperor handed the bottle to Yi Wuqian. "You should do it." Yi Wuqian nodded and supported Lu Qinyu as they sat on the ground. His arm lifted the bottle to Lu Qinyu's lips and fed her the liquid medicine. Qi rushed through her body, a flow of life. A jade-green light radiated from her wound, which slowly began to heal. This was obviously a sacred healing medicine treasured by the Lu kingdom. After that, Emperor Lu took out an intricate-looking box and opened it in front of Yi Wuqian. Inside was a sword with an extremely thin blade. It looked to be light as a feather, and the light reflected off the blade seemed cold and cutting. Under the sword was an ancient book, weathered and pages yellowed. "These are treasures of my kingdom, this sword and a book on sword tactics. A dowry of sorts. Take it," Emperor Lu said to Yi Wuqian. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Wuqian nodded. The emperor's attention turned to Yi Futian before placing another open box onto the ground. In the ancient box was a long robe. It almost looked transparent, shining with silver. A hint of spiritual qi could be felt from the robe. It was obviously a ritual implement. "You're a disciple of the cottage, so naturally, your cultivation should be guided by the people of the cottage. There isn't much I can give you. This sorcerer's robe has the ability to disguise. Perhaps it will be of help to you in the future." Emperor Lu handed the robe over to Yi Futian and continued, "As a favor, I asked you to take care of Feiyang and Qinyu, but now that things have progressed to this point, I can only be thick-skinned and beg you to bring them to the college. Even though their gifts are not enough to get them into the cottage, they are qualified enough to enter the college." Yi Futian stared at Emperor Lu. As the leader of an entire country, he was here begging Yi Futian. It was obvious, he anticipated the dangers that could come, but even so, he still let Qinli go. "If your majesty is so pessimistic of the Lu kingdom's future, why didn't you take care of those people from the Qin dynasty?" asked Yi Futian. "What's the point of killing them? Would it be enough to destroy the Qin dynasty?" said Emperor Lu. "On the contrary, killing them would give the Qin the perfect excuse to attack us. Right now, even if they used the death of Qin Yuan as an excuse, the people of the world are not idiots. If the Qin did something wrong, other clans in the Eastern Barren Territory and the people of the world will obviously be able to see." Yi Futian didn't have anything to say. Emperor Lu continued to explain, "I already gave orders to get everyone out of the palace. Hopefully, the Qin dynasty doesn't plan to wipe us out completely. Other than that, I plan on escorting you guys back to the college personally. There's no time to waste, let's head out now." "All right," nodded Yi Futian. The Qin dynasty didn't dare to make a move on him just yet, but the same could not be said for Yi Wuqian, Lu Qinyu, and the others. They had to leave the Lu palace immediately and hurry back to the cottage to see if his senior brothers and sisters were willing to help. "Wuqian, let's go," Yi Futian turned his head and said. Yi Wuqian supported Lu Qinyu as she got up. Emperor Lu personally escorted them. He led them to the Lu kingdom's entrance to the ancient barren world. Then, Emperor Lu, Yi Wuqian, and other powerful cultivators entered the upper ancient barren world. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were still not in the Arcana plane, so they could only enter the lower world. All of them made plans to meet up at the exit to the college. The news got out from the Lu palace and spread through the imperial city like a forest fire. Everyone was in fear and had the feeling that a horrific storm was about to hit the country. When these people had arrived, everyone gossiped about Emperor Qin's youngest son, Qin Yuan, and how he planned to ask for the princess' hand in marriage. They gossiped about whether Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu looked good together. But now, there was the sudden news that Lu Qinyu almost committed suicide and the Qin prince, Qin Yuan, was killed in the Lu palace. Also, Emperor Lu ordered that Lu Qinyu be betrothed to Yi Wuchen. This was all too shocking. Even the common people had a feeling that the eastern barren territory was going to be shaken up. What would the Qin dynasty do? People left the palace gradually. Emperor Lu had actually ordered for everyone in the palace to disperse. This made the citizens of the Lu kingdom understand, Emperor Lu didn't think it was at all possible to go against the Qin dynasty. He was truly pessimistic about this situation. The people from the various powers returned to their own clans. All of them had originally thought that the Qin dynasty had genuinely wanted to create a marriage alliance with the Lu kingdom and have the Lu follow the Qin. However, it was now clear that they had all been wrong. From the looks of things, this was the Qin dynasty's first move against the Lu kingdom. From this move, it was also obvious to them just how confident the Qin were. What was going to happen in the next battle? Was the Lu kingdom, a top power in the eastern barren territory, going to be wiped off the map for good? Chapter 331, Arrogant Qin Yu. Chapter 331, Arrogant Qin Yu. The college, entrance to the ancient barren world. When Yi Futian and Yu Shen got there, Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and the rest had already arrived and were waiting. "Where is His Majesty?" asked Yi Futian. "Father returned to the Lu kingdom right after escorting us here," said Lu Feiyang. He was a little resentful about how things turned out, but Emperor Lu was his father after all. He also understood that as the leader of an entire country, his father had to consider the citizens. He also had other children to think of, as Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu weren't his only offspring. But because of their relationship with Yi Futian, Emperor Lu only put the two of them under Yi Futian's care. Everyone else was in much greater danger than they were. Yi Futian nodded and sighed inwardly. "Futian." Just then, Yi Wuchen spoke up. Yi Futian looked over at him and heard him continue, "Take care of Qinyu for me." Yi Futian lifted his eyebrows in confusion and replied to Yi Wuchen, "You can't go back to the Futian sword clan now. If the seventh lord was in charge of the clan, perhaps nothing would happen." However, in the Lu palace, Zhisong's attitude was clear to see. It was dangerous for Yi Wuchen to return to Futian. In order to separate themselves from this situation, it was very possible that the clan would choose to sacrifice Yi Wuchen and hand him over to the Qin dynasty. Lu Qinyu also looked at Yi Wuchen. She pulled on his hand, not wanting him to leave. "Sword Master, you should stay at the college temporarily. We will head back to report to the Summit Lord first. If there is any news, we will come back and let you know," said a fellow cultivator from the Futian Sword Clan's 7th summit. Yi Wuchen looked at him in silence and finally nodded his head lightly. "All right, if teacher has any orders for me, come let me know." He had been the one who killed Qin Yuan. He had wanted to go back and personally report to his teacher. "Okay." The group bowed to Yi Futian before excusing themselves and leaving. After watching everyone leave, Yi Futian turned to Yi Wuchen and the others. "Let's head up the mountain." They then made their way to the cottage. All around them, many students of the college watched them. Some of them in confusion. Had something happened? When the disciples of the cottage saw Yi Futian and Yusheng return with Yi Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, and the rest in tow, they had a feeling that something had happened. Days ago, Yi Futian had left for the Lu kingdom upon hearing of the Qin dynasty's proposal of a marriage alliance with them. If nothing happened, they wouldn't be bringing Yi Wuchen and the others back here. Yi Futian went directly to the second senior sister. Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and others came closer as well. Zhuge Hui stood in front of a small hut with her eyes on the group. She asked, "Little junior brother, are you in some trouble?" Senior sister, Yi Futian greeted before giving a summary of what had happened in the Lu kingdom. So, this would mean that the Qin dynasty came well prepared and their true intention behind the proposed marriage alliance isn't a marriage alliance at all. Zhuge Hui was an intelligent person. She saw through things like this in seconds. Her beautiful eyes turned cold. Is the Qin dynasty already operating so undisciplined? After listening to everything that happened, Luo Fan looked pissed. They were deliberately trying to start a fight, making their moves on the Lu kingdom. And to sacrifice a prince just for an excuse? What a pitiful prince. It seemed like he wasn't as doted on by Emperor Qin as the rumors had it. He wasn't of a particularly high status. Otherwise, not even Qin Yu and Qin Li would dare to orchestrate something like this. Senior sister, is there still hope for the Lu kingdom? Although Yi Futian didn't have high hopes, he still wanted to believe in a little luck. Zhuge Hui shook her head. The Qin dynasty went as far as sacrificing a prince. It's obvious that they are dead set on destroying the Lu kingdom. If I'm not wrong, the Qin troops might already be in the Lu kingdom. They had already made all the preparations. So, it was obvious they weren't going to get the Lu a fighting chance. When Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu heard what Zhuge Hui said, they felt as if all hope was lost. Lu Feiyang's hands curled into tight fists, his eyes red. Yi Wuqian could feel Lu Qinyu's grip tightened on his own hand, her palm moist with perspiration. You guys can stay here at the college without a worry. No one can come here and take you away, Zhuge Hui said to them. She sighed inwardly. This might very well be the end of the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty was starting a war in the eastern barren territory. She clearly understood that the Qin's final target was the college and the cottage. Their existence was the biggest hurdle in the Qin dynasty's road to rule the entirety of the eastern barren territory. Just as Zhuge Hui had predicted, the Qin dynasty was well prepared and moved at the quickest speed. Qin Li and his people had also traveled through the ancient barren world to return. They broke through the entrance controlled by the Lu. This was a fact that Emperor Lu found out when he escorted Yi Futian's group into the ancient barren world. At this moment, a terrifying sight appeared in the skies above the Lu palace. Flood dragons circled the skies, growling and roaring. They gave off a frightening aura, and on the backs of these demon beasts stood many people. The Qin dynasty was here with an army of flood dragons. Right in the center of the army was a truly enormous dragon. The creature was the color of actual gold and had what looked to be the sharpest of all claws. Standing on the back of this giant golden dragon was Qin Yu. His purple gold imperial robe danced in the wind along with strains of his long, jet-black hair. The look in his eyes was cold and chilling. The Qin Yu right now was nothing like the gentle crown prince of Qin dynasty seen in Chuj city. He dominated with his strong aura. He was the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. The future Emperor Qin. And he was about to be the ruler of the eastern barren territory. Both inside and outside the imperial palace, countless pairs of eyes fell on the back of the golden dragon at Crown Prince Qin Yu. Ages ago, after the battle of Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian in Chuj city, the people had claimed that they had become the two top cultivators of the eastern barren territory. They all talked about how powerful and mighty they were. At that time, Qin Yu didn't make much of an impression to the people in Chaoga city. To others, he was a person who could easily be cast aside. But presently, Qin Yu stood tall in the skies. It was only just then that people realized, Qin Yu was someone who could stand leveled with Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu. He was one of the most powerful cultivators in the eastern barren territory even years ago. Emperor Qin had even invited all the power clans in the territory to witness the ceremony that made Qin Yu the crown prince. What did this mean? It meant that Emperor Qin had already acknowledged that Qin Yu had what it took to inherit the throne. At this very moment, everyone finally realized that they were about to see a very different Qin Yu. The arrogant crown prince of Qin. Father, Qin Li called out as he approached. Emperor Lu has already sent everyone in the royal family away. He personally escorted Lu Qinyu, Yi Wuqian, and the lot out of the country. They're probably at the college. Qin Gu, Qin Yu yelled out. A handsome figure came forward to stand beside Qin Yu. He was also a prince of the Qin dynasty, third in line and highly gifted. Bring some people to the college and ask them to hand over the person who killed our youngest brother along with the Lu spawns, said Qin Yu. Okay. Qin Gu nodded. He then led a group of people away, heading far away. Not even the college could meddle and protect the killer of a Qin prince, right? Uncle, Qin Yu called out for yet another person. An elder stepped forward. Crown Prince. Go chase after the runaways from the royal Lu family, dead or alive, said Qin Yu. Yes. With a wave of the elder's hand, the flood dragons roared loudly and one of them followed after him. They went in a different direction from the last group to chase after any royals who managed to escape from the Lu kingdom. Qin Yu's eyes drifted to the space below him. He spoke coldly, my youngest brother came to the Lu kingdom to propose marriage and might a sad end in the palace. The Lu royals and their acquaintances joined hands in a scheme that killed him. Today, the Qin dynasty officially declares war with the Lu kingdom. With the exception of royal descendants, anyone who willing pledges alliance to my Qin dynasty will be spared of death. Qin Yu's voice rumbled through the air. Everyone inside and outside the palace, people trembled in fear. He didn't give the Lu any chance to explain their side of the story and directly declared war. I had long tried to persuade Emperor Lu, but he refused to listen. Now he has made a terrible mistake. From below, Lord Kong rose into the skies. I am willing to pledge alliance to the Qin dynasty. Very good. Qin Yu nodded. After that, more figures lifted into the air. Some of them were lords who supported the notion of marrying Lu Qinyu to the Qin. A bunch of cowards. Someone yelled furiously. Lord Kong, you shameless bastard. Activate the Xuanwu matrix, a voice ordered calmly. Then, a beautiful woman with a crown and a long robe stood in the air above the imperial palace. The look in her eyes was cold and cutting as she stared up at Qin Yu. As she finished speaking, the entire palace lit up bright. A terrifying force of spiritual qi climbed straight into the clouds. The world around filled with spiritual qi before it all rushed back down in the direction of the palace. An enormous image of a Xuanwu, the black turtle, appeared over the large, stern structure. This was the ultimate defense matrix. It absorbed all the spiritual qi around. Empress Lu. Qin Yu looked down at the beautiful figure. Coldly, he spoke, for his wives and children, Emperor Lu went as far as put the fate of his country on the line. And now you're actually willing to fight in his name? Why don't you return to the Qin dynasty with me? Qin Yu, although you are considered equal to Gu Donglu, you will never be good enough to ever be compared to him with those morals of yours, Empress Lu said, still staring at him. Is that so? Qin Yu's eyes frosted over. His Majesty, Emperor Lu, should turn those people over if I take you back to the Qin palace with me, right? Finishing his sentence, the dominating aura around him exploded. In his hand, appeared a long, golden dragon spear. A strong force of energy radiated from the weapon, and when Qin Yu pointed the long spear into the sky, the skies and the clouds shifted. The spirits of dragons awakened and revolved around Qin Yu, growling with fury. With 9 dragons circling him, he seemed invincible. This. All around the palace, everyone looked up at Qin Yu. Right now, he looked like the mighty god of war. I can't compare to Gu Donglu. Me? Qin Yu's expression was cold. Today, with the weapon of his ancestors and the blood of the royal Lu family, he was going to let the world witness the revival of the Qin dynasty. Today, he was going to show the people just how strong and powerful the Qin dynasty was. The Qin didn't just need a victory. They needed a war that would astound the world to spread a message to all powers in the Eastern Barren territory. The Qin dynasty that once ruled the world was back. Chapter 332, Shaking the Heavens. Chapter 332, Shaking the Heavens. Qin Yu's spear pointed at the Xuanwu matrix below. The dragons around him roared and the giant golden dragon, on which he was mounted, rushed down, charging directly at the Lu palace below. He seemed to be bathed in a golden glory. Rays of golden light broke through the clouds in the sky like flashes of lightning. The long dragon spear struck the large Xuanwu matrix, and in a second, it seemed like the dragons attacked the matrix in a crazed frenzy. All the while, the sharp tip of the spear pierced into the matrix inch by inch. At the same time, lines appeared to cover the large formation. An enormous golden dragon claw sunk into the bright Xuanwu matrix, causing the cracks on the formation. Those inside the palace looked up to witness this scene with a trembling fear. In the sky above their heads, the image of a gargantuan golden dragon appeared on the long spear. Empress Lu, the Xuanwu matrix was created by the turtle hermit and can only be broken by the attacks of levels beyond the noble plane. Qin Yu is the same as Lu Nantian. He has been enlightened with abilities of a sage and can use ritual implements of the sage level, exclaimed a noble beside the Empress. Empress, the Lu kingdom is in grave danger. At the sage level, Qin Yu could not be defeated by mere numbers. More cracking could be heard as the fissures on the Xuanwu matrix continued to increase. Until at last, with one final loud crack, the matrix was broken. Empress Lu, do you wish for me to continue? Qin Yu's eyes were electrified as he looked at the Empress. Why must the Qin dynasty take things this far? A voice drawled. A distance away, an old turtle was approaching. His movements seemed extremely slow, but in the next second, he was already in front of Qin Yu. Emperor Lu already let the people of the Qin dynasty off the hook. So, why do you guys have to do this to him? The turtle hermit spoke human words at Qin Yu. He had already predicted such an ending. The Qin dynasty had come with the intentions of destroying the Lu kingdom, and things had indeed progressed to this point. I heard that even though the turtle hermit's gifts are not enough to become a sage, living for so many years has enabled you to be enlightened with sage intent. Today is the perfect opportunity to see for myself, Qin Yu said with eyes set on the turtle hermit. Naturally, he had included the Lu kingdom's totem demon beast in his plans. But now, not only had Qin Yu been enlightened with sage intent, but he also controlled sage implements. What more did he have to be afraid of? All right, nodded the turtle hermit. His body expanded suddenly until eventually, the godly creature was about twice the size of the giant golden dragon. His body spanned out in the sky over the palace. Lifting his front claws, the turtle hermit swatted it in the direction of Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Yu wasn't afraid. With the golden spear in his hand, he struck it at his opponent. At this moment, he could feel that the webbed paw of the turtle hermit swinging down on him wasn't just a paw, it felt extremely heavy. It felt like the sky had collapsed and was crushing down on him. All around the palace, everyone felt the force and experienced the suffocating feeling even though the attack wasn't meant for them. Boom! The attack of the two collided. Qin Yu's body flew back and actually crashed into the ground, crumbling part of the structure around him, also causing dust and dirt to fly into the air. And in the center of the turtle hermit's paw was a line of blood. With a single flash of golden lightning, Qin Yu was back in the air. Staring at the turtle hermit, he laughed, "You are indeed the totem beast of the Lu, but today the totem will be destroyed and the Lu kingdom will be no longer. Kill them." As soon as Qin Yu's order was given, the army of flood dragons, as well as the giant golden dragon he mounted, charged downward while he went for the turtle hermit. A wild battle ensued, and in mere moments, the Lu palace was ridden with fighting figures. One after one, the glamorous golden buildings fell, as did the powerful cultivators of the palace. Among the army riding on the flood dragons, many of them had extremely powerful noble implements. They were ancient and had holy auras. This seemed to be an ancient army of soldiers with ritual implements with an equally rich history. The citizens watched the earth-shattering battle unfold from afar. Empress Lu had truly impressive powers and her abilities were invisible. She managed to kill multiple powerful nobles, but the golden dragon got a hold of her. At the same time, more nobles caged her in. Slowly, she reached her limit and the color on her beautiful face drained, resembling the snow white of her clothing. The turtle hermit's abilities were not to be doubted. However, Qin Yu did not go head-to-head with him. He circled the large body of the turtle hermit, attacking. Gradually, the number of injuries on the creature increased. His body was large and his movements were slow. This was his weakness. Qin Yu took full advantage of this fact and attacked like a madman. "Are you guys leaving?" The turtle hermit lowered his head, directing his question at Empress Lu and her people. In front of the Empress, the golden dragon breathed heavily and the nobles circled. With her long dress flowing in the wind, she shook her head. "As the Empress of the Lu Kingdom, I would rather die in battle than run." And just like that, she was off to continue her battle, her figure flashing by. The turtle hermit sighed. Heavy hits landed on Empress Lu repeatedly. Quickly after, she was back on the ground. Her white clothing now colored with the red of blood. Remnants of blood could be seen in the corners of her mouth, and yet she still looked just as majestic. "I want her alive," Qin Yu said as he looked down at Empress Lu. Gathering spiritual qi, she forged it into a long sword, red like the blood on her clothes. Without hesitation, Empress Lu glided the sharp blade across her own neck. Blood spread everywhere. Empress Lu looked up at the sky and was taken back to the days of her youth. Then, with a smile on her face, she closed her eyes. To have been the empress of this kingdom, she had no regrets. In the ancient barren world, Emperor Lu suddenly halted on his rushed journey back to his kingdom. His hand was extended. The jade ring on his finger slowly lost its light, losing its original color. His eyes became red. Lifting his head toward the sky, his heart clenched with an excruciating pain. So quickly. It happened so quickly, he couldn't make it. He had let Qin Li go with a glimmer of hope. If the Qin dynasty still had the slightest bit of reason and morality, they wouldn't push the situation to extremes. However, the Qin dynasty only cared for their own goals and would sacrifice anything to meet them. Emperor Lu did not continue to advance. He didn't go back to the Lu kingdom. With great determination, he turned around. "Follow me," he said. The powerful cultivators beside him followed the emperor. The group traveled with such speed it was as if they were galloping through the skies of the ancient barren world. Others who saw them were shocked. The direction in which Emperor Lu was traveling was not the Lu kingdom, but Qin dynasty territory. The Qin dynasty was just like the other great powers. They each had control of an entrance to the ancient barren world, the exit to which was in the imperial palace. At this moment, people were chatting animatedly in the Qin palace. They were all very excited. War had officially been declared on the Lu kingdom. Following this would be the collapse of the Lu. The Qin would shake up the eastern barren territory and make the other powers submit to them willingly. Then, it was straight to dominating all of the eastern barren territory, restoring the glory of their ancestors. Just then, quite a number of approached the entrance to the ancient barren world, ready to back up the army over in the Lu kingdom. However, they were interrupted by a figure that exited from the door to the ancient barren world. Everyone present was frozen as they looked at the person. It was a Qin noble feared by others in the ancient barren world. But here he was now, covered in blood. "Let Emperor Qin know immediately," he screamed. His outburst startled many. In the next moment, a majestic figure emerged through the doors and the air filled with murderous intent. Behind him, followed more people, and in the hands of each of these people were corpses which they flung to the side. Emperor Lu. A shiver went down their spines. Emperor Lu wasn't in the Lu kingdom. He had charged over here to the Qin dynasty. Was he insane? "Let's go." The people reacted quickly, turning in an attempt to leave. However, the wind blew wildly as Emperor Lu flashed by. He was an overbearing presence. An unbelievably large foot appeared and came smashing down. The Qin cultivators looked up and the shock was written on their faces. No, some people screamed. With a loud boom, Emperor Lu's foot came down and those people were turned to ashes. An endless force of murderous intent spilled from every pore of the emperor's body as he continued to make his way into the Qin palace. Since letting Qin Li go wasn't even to stop the Qin dynasty from wiping out the Lu, then it was time for a massacre. If they wanted Emperor Lu dead and the Lu kingdom gone, then they were going to have to endure his wrath. Emperor Lu killed his way into the palace. Nothing lived on the ground he passed. He killed everyone in his way, no one an exception. The death of Empress Lu was his wake-up call. He wasn't willing to think about anything else. This day was destined to be without peace. To the Eastern Barren Territory, this was a bolt from the blue. Qin Yu held a sage implement in his hands and was enlightened by sage intent. He arrived in the Lu kingdom and battled with the Lu's totem demon beast, the turtle hermit, for hours. He depleted the turtle hermit and even suffered some major injuries himself. However, the army Qin Yu led had obliterated the Lu kingdom that was already falling apart from the inside. They had completely wiped out the imperial palace. On this day, Emperor Lu forewent thoughts of life and death and crashed the Qin palace without caring of any possible repercussions. He killed everyone in sight, blinded by rage. Many royals of the Qin dynasty lost their lives, including multiple princes and concubines. Not even when Emperor Qin stepped in was Emperor Lu deterred from his crazed massacre. There was only murder in his eyes. Finally, Emperor Lu perished in the Qin palace. A powerful leader was now gone from the world. A top power was going through a drastic change. The Eastern Barren Territory was shaken up, as was the heavens. The Qin dynasty's powerfulness shocked the Eastern Barren Territory. However, Emperor Qin's arrogance and his tendency to underestimate his opponents caused heavy and unfortunate consequences for his own country. Lord Kong was temporarily placed in control of settling the Lu kingdom and hunting down more royal descendants. But everyone knew, Lord Kong and the others who gave in to the Qin were simply lackeys. The Lu kingdom only existed in name now. At the same time, the Qin dynasty's third prince, Qin Gu, arrived at Book Mountain with a group of people. In the skies outside Book Mountain, Qin Gu and his people stood in the air. They were here to make the cottage hand them over. Lu Qinyu and Lu Feiyang were the spawns of the Lu and Yi Wuqian was the murderer of Qin Yuan. Obviously, they had to come them. Although it was bound to be a failed attempt, they had to at least get their attitude across. What qualifications and reason did the cottage have to protect these people? Just then, Zhuge Hui heard the voices of those sent from the Qin dynasty above the cottage. Looking at Luo Fan, someone said, "Are you guys idiots?" Perhaps. Luo Fan shrugged. Or maybe you guys think that even though you don't have what it takes to make us hand them over, with logic on your side, there is now an excuse from you guys to pick a fight with the cottage. Just like how you started a fight with the Lu kingdom. Zhuge Hui's tone was harsh and cold. The cottage already knew of what happened with the Lu kingdom. It was just as she predicted. Perhaps, nodded Luo Fan. Relay the message to your third senior brother. They're disturbing my cultivation, Zhuge Hui said softly. Luo Fan blinked a couple of times. So, permanently disable their powers. Zhuge Hui said this rather nonchalantly. Luo Fan's eyes brightened. The second senior sister was the second senior sister indeed. Chapter 333, When the Cottage is Unreasonable. Chapter 333, When the Cottage is Unreasonable. Outside Book Mountain, Qin Gu and the rest were still waiting for the cottage to respond. Before them, there were already many cultivators from the college. They stared at the people from Qin dynasty. They all knew about what happened in Lu kingdom. Although there was no relationship between the college and Lu kingdom, the destruction of Lu kingdom still enraged many people from the college. The anger of the college was different from Yi Futian's. They did not know anyone from Lu Kingdom and were not in any way related to the kingdom. They were angry about Qin dynasty's cruelty and that the Qin dynasty broke the rules that the Eastern Barren Territory had been following for many years. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the three most powerful forces were the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The other top forces were somewhat weaker than those three. For many years, the situation had been maintained as such. Although there were occasional conflicts between disciples of different forces, they had still been following the hidden rules and nobody dared to break them. The world of cultivation had always been very cruel. Very often, larger forces would bully smaller ones, and this would remain that way forever. However, this had at least never happened to a top force, until the destruction of Lu Kingdom. Qin dynasty was trying to destroy the balance in Eastern Barren Territory and break the stable relationship that had existed for many years. Furthermore, although there seemed to be a reason for Qin dynasty's actions, everyone knew that, in reality, Qin Yuan was but an excuse for them to start a war. Even if Qin Yuan did not die, the Qin dynasty would still find another excuse to start the war. The destruction of Lu Kingdom was only the first stop on Qin dynasty's path to ruling the world. Mountain elder Zhu Qing looked at Qin Gu and the others from Qin dynasty and only said one word, scram. Qin Gu was however not bothered by that. He looked emotionlessly at the people from the college and said coldly, "Is the college protecting the person who killed my brother? Does he not deserve to die?" Zhu Qing similarly said as she stared at Qin Gu. Some coldness erupted from Qin Gu. He stared at the people from the college and said, "My brother died in the Lu Kingdom for no reason. The college is not only protecting the murderer but is also humiliating the dead like this. Qin dynasty will remember this." Qin Gu naturally knew that it would almost be impossible for him to get Yi Wuqian. If the cottage would give him Yi Wuqian so easily, it would no longer be the cottage. However, Qin Yu still asked him to come. He did not need the cottage to give him Yi Wuqian. All he needed was an excuse to attack the college and the cottage in the future. "That's up to you. Now, can you scram?" Zhu Qing glanced at Qin Gu in disgust. She liked none of the princes from the Qin dynasty. Qin Gu stood proudly and said coldly, "I still need to hear the cottage's reply." Suddenly, someone said from afar, "What reply do you want to hear?" Then, a figure slowly strolled over. His shirt was as white as snow and his long hair danced in the air. His handsome eyes stared at Qin Gu with a sharp look. His tone was monotonous, but it also sounded extremely arrogant. He simply looked at Qin Gu, but it was as if he was going to penetrate Qin Ji's eyes with his stare. Seeing Gu Dongliu's look, Qin Ji's proud heart actually felt somewhat scared. He was the third prince of Qin dynasty and was very talented. All along, he was supercilious and believed that he was no weaker than anyone else. However, for some reason, when he really faced Gu Donglu, his might seemed to be suppressed because of just one look from Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu was, after all, as famous as Qin Yu. Moreover, he had defeated Lu Nantian before. In that battle, Lu Nantian had displayed sage intent and could almost be considered the strongest person in Eastern Barren Territory. However, he still lost to Gu Donglu, who was only a grade 2 noble then. Yi Wuqian killed my brother. Also, the remnants of Lu Kingdom, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu, are also at the cottage. I would naturally hope that the cottage can give them to me, Qin Gu said emotionlessly. However, his tone was already not as domineering as before. "You have disrupted her cultivation," Gu Donglu suddenly said. Both the people from Qin dynasty and those from the college were stunned by his baffling words. Disrupted her cultivation? Who is she? Frowning, Qin Gu looked at Gu Donglu and asked, "What do you mean?" Unforgivable, Gu Donglu said. Qin Gu widened his eyes and stared at Gu Donglu. Unforgivable? Even Mountain Elder Zhu Qing also looked at Gu Donglu, stunned, but she roughly knew who Gu Donglu was referring to. The second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. All of a sudden, Gu Donglu stepped forward and an aura erupted from his body. His white shirt moved even though there was no wind, giving off a flapping sound. He scanned the people from Qin dynasty and his look suddenly turned weird. Invisible spiritual energy immediately enveloped all of them. Gu Donglu, what do you mean by this? Qin Gu asked. He came to the cottage to ask for people. Even if the cottage did not want to hand them over, what reasons did they have to attack him? Was disrupting her cultivation also a valid excuse? Gu Donglu did not pay attention to Qin Ji's words. Instead, he took another step forward. In this instant, extremely sharp spiritual will spread onto the nobles from Qin dynasty. The people from the Qin dynasty were all shocked. Was Gu Donglu actually going to attack them? Even though the cultivators who followed Qin Gu this time were strong, they could obviously not fight against Gu Donglu. At the moment, Gu Donglu was already one of the strongest people in the Eastern Barren territory. Even if Qin Yu was here instead, there would only be a 50-50 chance that he would win should he not rely on the sage ritual implement. If Gu Donglu really wanted to deal with them, the outcome would be blatantly obvious. Gu Donglu, what exactly do you want? Two people each took a step forward and their might bloomed violently. However, Gu Donglu's look continued to become increasingly demonic. His handsome eyes were like two spiritual vortexes, and a monstrous spiritual will pressured the two people. Then, Gu Donglu extended his palm and invisible sword Qi started to dance wildly, circling the two nobles. I want to kill. Gu Donglu clenched his fist. A frightening current raged wildly, giving off a sizzling sound. The two nobles each gave a miserable cry. Then, blood oozed rapidly from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Their bodies trembled fiercely and they eventually fell from the sky. Bang! The people from Qin dynasty all started to tremble. Qin dynasty dealt with the Lu kingdom in such a way and eliminated the entire family in an attempt to shock the Eastern Barren territory. They came to the cottage in order to display their prestige as well. They wanted to tell the world that the Qin dynasty was going to rule the world. However, the cottage was not the Lu kingdom. They would not be able to deal with it using the same method. Since a war was already destined to happen, he would fulfill Qin dynasty's wish. Since Qin dynasty did not obey the rules of Eastern Barren territory, the cottage did not have to be reasonable as well. The people from the college, including Zhu Qing, stared at Gu Donglu as he left. They were totally shocked and all felt speechless. It was as if that today, they had just met the cottage and Gu Donglu. Cottage disciples are so handsome, a beautiful girl exclaimed, looking at Gu Donglu. Vaguely, her eyes were actually filled with wild fondness. Chapter 334, The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. Chapter 334, The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease. In the battle between the Qin dynasty and the Lu kingdom, the king of Lu actually did not go back to aid the Lu kingdom. Instead, he broke into the Qin imperial palace and caused a significant loss for the Qin dynasty. Qin dynasty had been too careless. Of course, this battle did not really shake the Qin dynasty's foundations. The power of the strongest people was, after all, the deciding factor of whether a force was strong or not. For example, the cottage only had a few disciples, but to Qin dynasty it was far more threatening than any other force in Eastern Barren territory. The reason was simple, they were all too strong. They could be considered a whole kingdom. Today, who could be considered as the most powerful people in the Eastern Barren territory? They were, of course, those who had comprehended some sage intent, or those who had a sage ritual implement. Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world because they already possessed people of both kinds. Furthermore, they had allied with Donghua clan. Combining the powerful people and resources of the two top forces, they could already change the whole Eastern Barren territory. Qin dynasty and Donghua clan agreed that after they ruled the world, Qin dynasty would control the events in the world, while Donghua clan would be reputed as the first clan in Eastern Barren Territory and control the cultivators' world. Together, they would govern the world. Although the madness of the king of Lu had caused the Qin dynasty to pay a price, it was insignificant when compared to the destruction of Lu kingdom. Moreover, many cultivators from the Lu kingdom had also surrendered. Now, Qin dynasty was only waiting to wave its arm and call the world to attack the cottage. It would then rule the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, cultivators from many top forces in Eastern Barren Territory were gathered in a luxurious palace in the Qin Imperial Palace. Qin Yu, the crown prince of Qin dynasty, was sitting on the throne above everyone else. Below him, there were many cultivators from Donghua clan, Futian sword clan, Royal Xian Temple, and other forces. Even Ji family had sent someone here to visit the Qin Imperial Palace. Suddenly, someone from Futian sword clan folded his hands at Qin Yu and said, Futian sword clan originally wanted to capture Yi Wuqian and bring him here. However, Yi Wuqian has yet to return until now. He followed Yi Futian into the cottage. Qin dynasty had directly eliminated the Lu kingdom, which was close to and as famous as Futian sword clan. How could Futian sword clan not be frightened? Qin Yuan was killed by a person from Futian sword clan. Naturally, they had to send someone here to explain. I understand, Qin Yu said. I have already sent Qin Gu to the cottage to ask for Yi Wuqian. However, the cottage is so unscrupulous and they will very likely not hand him over. By that time, what do you think we should do? Futian sword clan will go to the cottage with Qin dynasty and ask for Yi Wuqian, the person from Futian sword clan said. More importantly, this concerns Qin dynasty. How can the cottage dare not to hand him over? That's right. With the powers Qin dynasty has now, the cottage will certainly give him to us. After all, the cottage is not involved in this, someone from Ji family also echoed. If the cottage dares to break the rules of Eastern Barren Territory like this, I believe that all the forces in Eastern Barren Territory will respond to our calling. Royal Xian Temple had sent the fifth lord, He Yulu here. The Lu kingdom was destroyed and every force in Eastern Barren Territory was wildly shocked. In the past, Royal Xian Temple already had some relations with the Qin dynasty. Now, they would, of course, want to be as close to Qin dynasty as possible. In addition, there was still resentment between them and the cottage. By then, I hope that everyone will support us, Qin Yu said, smiling. Why did they destroy the Lu kingdom? It was because they wanted to display their dominance and scare the forces in Eastern Barren Territory. Although Futian sword clan, Royal Xian Temple, and the like seemed to be very close to Qin dynasty at the moment, in reality, they all had their own plans. Only absolute powers could instill awe, and perhaps even fear, into them. It would not just be these two forces. By the time Qin dynasty decided to attack the cottage, they would call upon all the forces in the world to join them. Who would dare not to obey them? Suddenly, some footsteps came from outside the palace. The person coming in seemed to be panicked. Very quickly, someone appeared at the gates of the palace and looked at Qin Yu. Bowing, he said, Your Highness. Qin Yu raised his head and asked, What is it? Your Highness. The person's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He even glanced at the people from other forces. We're all allies. Just say it, Qin Yu said. The spiritual imprint of the third prince has extinguished. The person buried his head low and bowed. Qin Yu's body trembled gently and a horrifying coldness erupted from his eyes. He leaned forward and almost could not prevent his violent might from being released. You didn't see wrongly? He questioned coldly. Your Highness, apart from the third prince, the spiritual imprints of all the nobles who went this time have been extinguished. The person's head went lower. Even his voice was trembling. Qin Yu stood up and his look was extremely freezing. Qin Gu and the people from Qin dynasty who had followed him were all dead. He naturally knew what this meant. The cottage was declaring war. He did not expect the cottage to actually be so decisive and kill Qin Gu and the rest. After all, they had not really declared war with the cottage. They only sent someone there to ask for Yi Wuqian. Even if the cottage did not want to hand him over, how could they kill the messengers? Moreover, the person they killed was the prince of Qin dynasty. Some sharpness also flashed across the cultivators from Futian sword clan. They obviously knew what that person meant. The people who went to the cottage were dead. Yulu squinted and recalled the scene when his daughter was forced to die. Indeed, the cottage was still so overbearing and supercilious. The expressions of the people from Ji family all froze and they were extremely shocked. The Qin dynasty cultivators who went to the cottage were all killed. Was this the reply of the cottage to Qin dynasty? Everyone, what do you think? Qin Yu suppressed his anger and looked at the people present. The cottage is simply too presumptuous and does not follow the rules at all, a cultivator from Futian sword clan remarked angrily. If we do not eliminate the cottage, Qin Gu will have died for nothing, Yulu also said coldly. Qin dynasty should send out the army immediately and attack the cottage. We wish that Qin dynasty will have an easy victory and rule the world, a person from Ji family said, folding his hands. Qin Yu looked at everyone else. The things they were saying at the moment were very different from what they had said just a while ago. You should leave for now. I will discuss this with my father. The cottage will surely pay the price, Qin Yu said coldly. The other people left one after another. After they left, Qin Yu slapped the chair, destroying it at once. A terrifying murderous aura was released from his body. The overbearing attitude of the cottage not only allowed them to kill Qin Gu but also instilled fear into the other forces. At the moment, it would be difficult to call them and attack the cottage together. Qin dynasty annihilated the Lu kingdom to display its powers and show that it could easily conquer anything. However, because of Qin Ji's death, everything returned to its original state. Previously, if he was to call upon the various forces, many people would respond. However, the cottage had killed a prince of Qin dynasty. How could the Qin dynasty not take revenge? Qin Yuan's death caused the Lu kingdom to be destroyed. What the cottage did was far more overbearing than what happened in the Lu kingdom. How could the Qin dynasty not start a war? At the moment, the top forces would only choose to remain still and observe the situation. The news about what happened below Book Mountain spread to every corner of Eastern Barren territory very quickly. Countless people were astonished. Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu kingdom, while Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage, slew Qin Gu. Both events seemed to have occurred for a reason, but in reality, there were none at all. The two strongest forces of Eastern Barren territory had just collided head-on with each other for the very first time. Previously, even when Zhuge Hui, the second disciple of the cottage, destroyed the gates of Dongqin College in Chaoga, Qin dynasty still chose to tolerate it. They even helped the cottage to investigate on the culprit behind Yi Futian's attempted assassination. After all, the assassination happened on Qin dynasty's territory. It was, therefore, reasonable for the Qin dynasty to tolerate it. But what about this time? Would they start a war? The destruction of the Lu kingdom and the death of Qin Gu caused the atmosphere in Eastern Barren territory to be even more intense. Everyone could feel that a storm was brewing and a war was imminent. Now, countless people were discussing what the outcome would be if the overbearing Qin dynasty and the arrogant college cottage really started a battle. At the cottage, however, nothing seemed to have changed because of Qin Ji's death. The place was still quiet and peaceful, just like always. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had officially entered the college to cultivate. Yi Wuqian was a disciple of Futian sword clan and had spent much time and effort cultivating his sword skills. At the moment, there was a pressing need for them to cultivate and become stronger. After all, they were still too weak to be involved in the situation in Eastern Barren territory. Only when they became sufficiently strong and had powers close to that of Gu Donglu, they could participate in the war in Eastern Barren Territory. During mealtime, Yi Futian asked everyone else, "Sister, brother, will Qin dynasty start a war?" "I'm not sure." Luo Fan shook his head. "However, whether they choose to start a war or not, it will be difficult for them to get help from the other forces. Those who dared to participate in the war would need to be prepared for death." Yi Futian nodded. The second sister had asked the third brother to disable Qin Gu and the others. That time, he even thought that the second sister was being too impulsive. Afterward, however, he realized that the second sister and the third brother did so not just because they were angry, they also wanted to shock the other forces. Qin dynasty eliminated the Lu kingdom and showed the intention to attack the cottage. At that time, the cottage already knew that the battle would come sooner or later. Since this was the case, they did not have to wait. Killing Qin Gu would cause people from other forces to be scared of the cottage and hence not dare to ally with Qin dynasty. "What's the master's level?" Yi Futian asked. Actually, he was not even sure of the real powers of the cottage now. The eldest brother, second sister, third brother, and the master should be the strongest members of the cottage, but he only knew how strong the third brother Gu Donglu was. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Since Qin dynasty dared to fight against the whole world, they certainly had a source of confidence. "Why are you thinking so much? Just concentrate on cultivating. In the future, I still need you to protect me." The second sister smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and felt speechless. However, after looking at the second sister, he said in a serious tone, "In the future, I'll surely protect you." "Right, that will be great." Zhuge Hui reached out her hand and patted on Yi Futian's head. Immediately, Yi Futian's expression froze, along with his hands. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I am, after all, an adult. Could you please not do this? Originally, I wanted to fulfill the master's aspiration here in a gentle way. But from the look of it, that would be too difficult," the second sister sighed. "The tree desires calmness but the wind will not cease." Chapter 335, Declaration of War. Chapter 335, Declaration of War. A head-on conflict had erupted between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, shocking the entire Eastern Barren Territory. Countless people waited for the Qin dynasty to respond. Qin Gu, the third prince of Qin dynasty, was killed by the cottage when he went there to ask for Yi Wuqian. If Qin dynasty did not respond to this, everyone in the world would think that Qin dynasty was not qualified to unify Eastern Barren Territory after all. Just when everyone was discussing it, some news spread from the Qin imperial palace. Qin dynasty officially announced to the world the 7 sins of the cottage. Firstly, the cottage was overbearing in its behavior and had been killing the innocent. Gu Donglu had eliminated a top-tier force in Eastern Barren Territory. This was cruel and inhumane. Secondly, cottage disciples had robbed others of their possessions. In Chaoga City, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had taken the treasures from Yin family by force, namely the 5-element rod and the demonic tripod. Thirdly, cottage disciples had been bullying others because of their status and did whatever they wanted. They had once forced Hishiro, the daughter of the 5th Lord of Royal Xian Temple, to kill herself. Furthermore, they still did not leave the matter at that, eventually killing the Royal Xian Temple disciple Luo Junlin, his father, and many others who had a deep resentment for Yi Futian. They were brutal and killed everyone who tried to oppose them. Fourthly, the cottage protected murderers, in particular, Yi Wuqian. They ignored the decision of Futian Sword Clan and even killed the people from Qin dynasty who went there. There were still the 5th, 6th and 7th sins. It was as if the cottage had done much evil and could not be forgiven. Qin dynasty announced that they would send their army to the divine capital and attack the cottage in order to protect Eastern Barren Territory. In addition, they invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city and discuss the situation in Eastern Barren territory. They also hoped that the leaders of these forces could attend themselves to determine the future together. The news spread and shook the entire Eastern Barren territory fiercely. Were the most powerful forces in the Eastern Barren territory finally going to collide head-on with each other? It seemed unlikely that the cottage would be able to fight against the dragon army of Qin dynasty. Apart from that, the Qin dynasty invited all the powerful forces to gather in the Qin imperial city. They probably wanted to attack the cottage with the aid from these forces. Of course, the Qin dynasty did not say it directly but only claimed that they would discuss the situation together. However, everyone knew the truth. Qin dynasty had already officially declared war on the cottage, so the various forces obviously could not reject the Qin dynasty's invitation. At the moment, the Qin dynasty was extremely powerful and it had easily destroyed the Lu kingdom. Even if they did not want to fight with the Qin dynasty, they had to give Qin dynasty some face. Moreover, the battle between the Qin dynasty and the cottage would be considered a top-tier one in the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone wanted to watch it for themselves. The Eastern Barren territory was stirred up. Immediately, the cultivators from various top forces left their places. The leaders of many forces also departed themselves and headed towards the Qin imperial city, leading their fellow members. Even they would be involved in the great change that was imminent in Eastern Barren territory. The cottage, of course, also received the news, but it was expected. Qin dynasty wanted to rule the world and Gu Donglu killed Qin Gu directly. This was almost like declaring war. How could the Qin dynasty not respond to it? The Qin imperial city was filled with many talented people. For a moment, the forces in the Eastern Barren territory all gathered here. It was not just the top forces, cultivators from various forces reached one after another, especially those subsidiary forces under the Qin dynasty. Very quickly, news spread from the Qin imperial city, Futian's sword clan had arrived. Even the leader of Futian's sword clan, together with several summit lords, was here. Afterward, the people from Royal Xian Temple also arrived. All the 5 lords were present. Then, the leaders of Ji family, Witch clan, Moon clan, and many others arrived at the Qin imperial city one by one. There had never been such a grand occasion in Eastern Barren territory before. Many leaders from top forces were here themselves. This was clearly because of the fact that Qin dynasty had declared war to the cottage. The influence of this was way too big, as it would very likely determine the future of Eastern Barren territory and affect the entire situation. It would determine what would happen in the future and even where the various people would end up in. In such a situation, even the leaders of different forces must pay absolute attention. After all, not long ago, a person who had been as famous as them, namely the king of Lu Kingdom, died in the Qin imperial palace. This would be a huge change that had never happened in Eastern Barren territory in the past hundreds of years. Qin dynasty and the cottage would be the main players leading to this change, while everyone else would also be involved trying to maximize their benefits. At the moment, the people from Royal Xian Temple were gathered somewhere in the Qin imperial palace, including the few lords. The first lord of Royal Xian Temple was wearing a loose robe and had black hair that filled his head. From him, one could feel a very powerful temperament. First Lord, if Qin dynasty asks us to attack the cottage with them, what should we do? Someone suddenly asked. After Qin Gu died, they guessed that a great battle would probably happen between the two forces. Because of the relationship between them and the cottage, they would surely not be on the cottage's side. However, the question was whether they should participate in the battle at all. Qin dynasty declared war on the cottage first and claimed that the cottage had committed 7 sins. Then, they gathered all the forces in Eastern Barren territory and invited all the cultivators, which was really cunning of them. If Qin dynasty asked Royal Xian Temple to participate, what should they do? What do you think? The first lord asked. He Yulu's eyes sparkled. Obviously, he hoped that they would fight against the cottage, but he did not dare to voice his opinion so easily at the moment. Clearly, we cannot participate in the battle easily, Xia Luo suddenly said. Xia Luo, what's your opinion? The First Lord asked. Xia Luo looked at his master. Bowing, he replied, Qin dynasty and the cottage are both extremely strong. They probably both want to unify Eastern Barren territory. I think that everyone can see the situation in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment clearly. We happily sent a group of people to the Lu kingdom so as to propose marriage, as my son Qin Yuan wanted to marry Lu Qinyu, princess of Lu kingdom. However, he was assaulted in the Lu kingdom imperial palace and died miserably in a foreign kingdom. Every time I think about this, I feel great pain. The Lu kingdom is cruel and inhuman and should be destroyed. Because of this, many people in the Lu kingdom paid the price. However, the culprits Lu Qinyu, Lu Feiyang, and the murderer, Yi Wuchen, are still happy and unpunished today. The cottage is protecting these murderers. The king of Qin said angrily, because of this, they even killed Qin Gu who went there. My son Qin Gu was very talented, but he died in such a petty way. Even during a war between two nations, no one kills the messengers. The cottage is simply frenzied and does whatever they want. I think that all of you have also heard about and can remember the 7 sins they committed. Such a force should not have even existed in Eastern Barren territory. Today, we invited all of you here to discuss this. What are your opinions? The eyes of the people from various forces all sparkled. They each had their own plans. The cottage is indeed lawless and ignores the hidden rules in the Eastern Barren territory. Futian Sword Clan now officially announces that we have expelled Yi Wuchen from the clan. Your Majesty, you can punish him in whatever ways you want and you do not need to care about Futian Sword Clan's view, the leader of Futian Sword Clan suddenly declared. Everyone's eyes sparkled. This was also an outcome they had long expected. Futian Sword Clan did not agree to fight alongside Qin dynasty because it would be extremely risky. The cottage slew Qin Gu. How could the various forces not be frightened? Arrogance and boldness were built upon immense confidence, while confidence came from power. The boldness and confidence of the cottage caused them to be very afraid. The king of Qin glanced at the leader of Futian Sword Clan. Indeed, although they managed to summon various forces here today, the different forces all had their own thoughts. They would clearly not make a decision just because of his words. Over these few years, the cottage has indeed crossed the line, especially this time when they killed Qin Gu. Qin dynasty should go there and make sure that justice is served, a lord of Royal Xian Temple said. His reply was very ambiguous. On the other hand, the people from the Moon Clan, Ji family, and other forces all watched quietly and did not say anything. They had to observe the situation first. A major change was imminent in the Eastern Barren territory. None of them knew what was about to happen. Master, what do you think? Suddenly, the king of Qin looked at the eminent monk from Qianqiu Temple. He was wearing a kasaya and had prayer beads around his neck and in his hand. By that time, the cottage would become the absolute holy land in Eastern Barren territory. Furthermore, even if they wanted to fight back by then, they would not be strong enough to deal with the cottage disciples. Chapter 337, A Foregone Conclusion. Chapter 337, A Foregone Conclusion. The king of Qin looked at the people from various forces who were deep in thought. He knew that they were somewhat shaken. It was certainly not easy to convince these people to attack the cottage alongside Qin dynasty. Even though Fuyun Sword Clan and Royal Xian Temple were close to Qin dynasty, they would still be unwilling to face an enemy like the cottage. Every force was selfish. Only when the cottage really threatened their existence would they consider making this decision. Today, he was trying to tell everyone that the threat Qin dynasty posed them was far less than the cottage. Otherwise, why would these people follow the Qin dynasty and fight against the cottage? In the past, when the Qin dynasty was the king of the Eastern Barren territory, various forces here coexisted and different clans still developed in good order. Our dynasty ruled the world but did not interfere with the existence of clans. In the future, it will remain the same. If the Qin dynasty can rule the world again, we will surely share everything we have with all of you. We and Donghua clan jointly established Dongqin College for the cultivators in the world. The situation in the future will not be very different from now. The king continued to persuade them. Now, we have even found the tomb of our ancestors. There are many ancient books in them. As a result, we even teach techniques of the Qin dynasty in Dongqin College to disciples. When we establish a new era together, this will even be more so. Qin dynasty will definitely not keep all the good stuff to ourselves. Instead, we wish that all the forces can develop and grow together, unlike what the cottage is doing. When forces such as Sword Saint Mountain fill every corner of the Eastern Barren territory, there will be no place for you. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they felt even more worried. Indeed, Qin dynasty had obtained the tomb of their ancestors and their powers must have grown significantly. Furthermore, they had already stated clearly that they were going to revive the Qin dynasty. Your Majesty, you're right. Now, the cottage is already ignoring all the other forces and is extremely arrogant and supercilious. What will it be like in the future? An elder from Yin family echoed. In the future, any cottage disciple can shake the Eastern Barren territory with a single sentence, someone said. Many people also echoed this, but the people from various top forces still kept quiet. Would Qin dynasty really behave in the way that the king of Qin had described? They would obviously not believe him so easily. After all, the destruction of Lu Kingdom was a living example. If the Qin dynasty really unified the Eastern Barren territory, nobody would know what would happen. Currently, both the cottage and Qin dynasty were already far stronger than any of them. If a force was to fight against them alone, its outcome would certainly be just like the Lu Kingdom. This was also the most difficult problem each force was facing at the moment. They were too weak, but Qin dynasty declared its ambition to rule Eastern Barren territory and wanted them to state their position. However, they would be in danger regardless of whether they made their position clear. If they chose not to declare their position now, Qin dynasty might win and find them afterward. They would end up just like the Lu Kingdom. If they chose to stand on Qin dynasty's side, they would face the risk of losing. Now, nobody knew clearly what the Qin dynasty and the cottage really had. Qin dynasty was confident because they were strong, had allied with Donghua clan, and found the tomb of their ancestors. On the other hand, the cottage was very mysterious. Nobody knew whether Mr. Du from the cottage really knew about cultivation or not, or how strong he was. I know that you still have concerns and are worried that I will not keep my promise. But please rest assured. As long as you are willing to attack the cottage with us, I will bring you to the tomb. There, you will be strengthened by our ancestors and obtain sage ritual implements. I am even willing to take a blood oath with you in front of the tomb. The only goal of the Qin dynasty is to restore the glory we once had and not to own everything in the world, the king of Qin announced loudly. When he finished speaking, many people could feel their hearts trembling. Their eyes brightened and they were somewhat shaken. Only real benefits could move a person. Eastern Barren territory would be unified sooner or later. They could not resist the general trend at all. When Qin dynasty destroyed the Lu Kingdom and the cottage killed Qin Gu, the situation in the Eastern Barren territory changed from being subtle to clear. A war could erupt at any time, and the current era seemed to be approaching its end at an accelerated pace. Nobody could stop the torrents of this trend. Just now, Qin dynasty had been discussing the cottage's threat. Now, they mentioned about being strengthened by their ancestors and obtaining sage ritual implements. How could they not be moved? Suddenly, Xia Luo, a disciple of the first lord of Royal Xian Temple, said to his master secretly, "Master, if we want to get the upper hand in the future, we must get their trust now. There is no time to hesitate. The relationship between Royal Xian Temple and the cottage is already unrepairable unless we tie the fifth lord up and give him to the cottage." The first lord's eyes sparkled. He knew that his disciple was only describing the reality, but Royal Xian Temple would obviously not give the fifth lord to the cottage. Otherwise, Royal Xian Temple would no longer be able to have a firm standing in the Eastern Barren territory. Noticing that his master was still hesitating, Xia Luo added, "Master, it's time for us to make a decision. There is a difference between being the first to accept and being forced to accept. If the 5 lords in Royal Xian Temple can all be strengthened and get sage ritual implements, we will definitely be able to have a place in Eastern Barren territory in the future. Now, we only want to maximize our benefits." The first lord clearly knew what his disciple was saying was all correct. He glanced at the people from other forces and discussed secretly with the other lords. The fifth lord, He Yulu, obviously supported this idea. Soon, the first lord said, "The cottage is uncontrolled in their behavior and forced my Royal Xian Temple disciple to die. We have been unhappy about this since long ago, but we could only tolerate them because we were too weak. Now, Qin dynasty is willing to call upon the world to attack the cottage, and Royal Xian Temple is, of course, happy to know that. We will join you in the battle." When he finished speaking, the place fell into complete silence. There was finally a top force that made their decision. Very soon, the man reached the gates of the palace and continued to walk forward. Seeing him, a guard outside the Qin imperial palace questioned, "Who are you?" The person ignored him and still walked slowly towards the palace. From his body, a faint might was being released. Seeing the scene, a guard walked forward and shouted, "Stop." However, the person did not seem to have heard anything and continued to advance. A murderous aura was emitted from the guards, but in the next instant, the man in black shirt took a step forward and an invisible current started to flow. Immediately, the space around him seemed to freeze. The guards stopped and stood motionlessly at their spots like statues. They just watched as the person walked past them and into the palace. Very soon, the guards could move again. They could all feel their bodies being filled with cold sweat and only astonishment could be seen on their faces. Such a terrifying person. Just now, they felt that if they were to move even slightly, they would be crushed into a million pieces. Chapter 338, Extremely Fragile. Chapter 338, Extremely fragile. Amidst the crashing tides, the black-clothed man stepped forward. His aura seeped out bit by bit. Many people from the surroundings looked at him strangely. He looked average, but his eyes were very deep. His eyebrows were different too. They were like crescent moons but also like broadswords. Some from the Qin dynasty furrowed their brows. Bodies flashing, they went to him. "Who are you?" someone asked. The man didn't reply. He continued forward, his aura shrouding over who was before him. In an instant, those hearts started trembling, their pupils contracting. That moment, they felt that they were in a terrifying space. The formless aura could rip them into pieces. The black-clothed man seemed to be alone in his world. He walked to the center of the banquet. His steps gradually moved up into the air. Each step was higher than the last. Gradually, more and more people discovered his existence. Many people looked up, eyebrows arching. Emperor Qin had gathered all strong cultivators here. Everyone present was a top figure of the Eastern Barren Territory's top forces. Who was this guy? How dare he be so impolite and crazy as to walk in the air? The guards moved to stop him, but his aura abruptly became extremely terrifying. The horrible intent radiated from him, creating a force field in the vast space. Those who wanted to stop him froze in the air, staring at him. Hiss! Piercing sounds rang out in the air. An invisible force shrouded the space, pushing down the crashing tide. The sound weakened and everyone looked up. They saw the black-clothed man walking towards the center of the stage. As the force strengthened, the tides weakened. Its strength quickly faded until it was completely gone. Soon, the space was quiet and felt eerie. As soon as the man appeared, he repressed the wild atmosphere. He stood proudly in the air. He was average-looking but was now the absolute focus. He seemed to be the only one in the Qin palace. The big figures in the banquet all looked at him, hearts trembling. The clan leader of the Futian sword clan even stood up with an extremely icy expression. His eyes were like an unsheathed sword that stabbed toward the man. It was that sharp. Emperor Qin, you invited all the strong cultivators here. Why didn't you invite me? The man said in the air. His voice was as cold and hard as stone. His eyes still focused on the important figures of the Qin dynasty. I was afraid I'm not important enough for the first disciple of the cottage. Emperor Qin remained in his seat, staring at the black-clothed figure in the air. It was the Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage. He'd come out of the west of the eastern barren territory and come to the Qin palace. The people of the top forces were terrified. No one thought that the Sword Saint would appear in front of everyone. This was crazy. Qin Gu had died outside Book Mountain not long ago. Now, the Sword Saint came to the Qin dynasty alone. Was he showing absolute confidence in his abilities? The vast space was dead silent. Not many had seen the Sword Saint before, so they didn't know who he was until Emperor Qin's words. I heard that the Qin dynasty is calling the Eastern Barren Territory to punish the cottage. How can I not come? The Sword Saint's voice contained formless power. No matter what his cultivation was, his own aura could push down the entire Qin palace. Emperor Qin kept looking at the Sword Saint without speaking. Qin Yu, though, walked forward. He was level with Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian. The Sword Saint had made a name for himself earlier and more impressively. The Sword Saint only used one battle because he'd challenged the Futian sword clan. One battle turned him into a saint. It had been many years since that one battle. What plane was the Sword Saint at now? I've heard of you for many years, Sword Saint. I would like to learn from you today, Qin Yu said. A gust of horrible battle intent radiated from him. The Sword Saint scanned Qin Yu. The next moment, horrible wind swept over the Qin palace, ravaging the world. Sharp sword intent flooded out, splitting the heavens. Endless sword intent converged into a broadsword that hung in the air. The sword hung across the sky, hanging over everyone's heads. At that moment, everyone present felt the pressure of the world ending. The sword could fall on them at any moment. Countless people looked up at the Sword Saint, especially those from the top forces. What level was he at now? Hiss. The hovering sword came down. Without saying anything, the Sword Saint moved directly. This action didn't seem to use any skill or spell. It was just like a plain sword movement. The sword floated down as if it was unthreatening. Just like a flash of light, it didn't target anyone. Instead, it stabbed the center of the stage, the location of the banquet. No one moved, whether because the sword was too fast or because they weren't the targets. Anyway, no one stopped the sword and let it fall and split the center of the Qin palace's ground. A thin crack appeared, spreading outward in different directions like a tree's roots. It expanded crazily in every direction before stopping at the feet of the top forces. The Futian sword clan leader looked down at the thin crack by his feet. Sharp broadsword light seemed to shine from it. The light contained incredible broadsword intent, it seemed eternal. Sword intent shone from the leader's eyes, rushing into the crack. It found the broadsword intent and tried to erase it, but it was impossible. Discovering this, he trembled involuntarily. He knew what this meant. It meant that the sword saint had sage intent now. He'd surpassed the Futian sword clan's leader and his sword intent. The lord of the royal Xian temple also looked down to feel the broadsword intent. His arm trembled, his expression was uncomfortable. The other people all looked down and were unsettled. Those who had lower planes felt that their souls would be ripped apart when they felt the broadsword intent. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, the broadsword intent in the crack exploded. It tore apart everything as it expanded crazily. The ground was ripped apart with horribly deep fissures. The light dimmed and the remaining broadsword intent scattered. All that remained was the mark. One could still feel the horrible existence within it. The vast palace was dead silent. Just as the Qin dynasty called the Eastern Barren Territory to prepare to punish the cottage, the first disciple appeared. He just walked into the palace and made one move. He seemed to be the only one here. The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty were uncomfortable, especially Emperor Qin and Qin Yu, the crown prince. Just then, Qin Yu pulled out the golden dragon spear. A dragon roared faintly as if it contained the soul of a dragon. The sword saint's one move told him that the sword saint had progressed much further than him. His sage intent was deeper too. It would be impossible to win against him without a sage ritual implement. Dragons roared and Qin Yu shot into the air. Dragons seemed to wrap around them. However, the sword saint just scanned them indifferently. I don't mind if you want to fight here, but how many of the people present can leave alive? His words shook everyone. Earlier, his attack hadn't meant to kill anyone, so he split the space. But if a battle truly happened, just the shockwaves would be impossible to bear for most people. A shred of the broadsword intent could kill many strong cultivators. Not many would be able to survive. The mighty sword saint is threatening other people's lives. Qin Yu said, staring at the sword saint. If they fight, they would obviously go battle it out in the air. If there's a next time, I won't cast my broadsword like this, and it might not be at the Qin dynasty, the sword saint said indifferently. As soon as he finished, he turned and walked away. Accept Qin Yu's challenge? He didn't have time for something so boring. Seeing how the Qin dynasty had treated the Lu kingdom and were about to attack the cottage, he'd come to the Qin dynasty. Now he had to play with Qin Yu. You're going to leave like this? Emperor Qin called to the sword saint's back. You can try keeping me here, but you must bear the consequences, the sword saint said. Emperor Qin stared at his backside with an ugly expression. He could feel from the bit of broadsword intent that the sword saint was no longer below his level. If he really tried to make the man stay, no one could predict the consequences. Many people would die. Qin Yu gripped the dragon spear as he glared at the man's back. Were they really letting the sword saint leave like this? There wasn't much time for him to think. The sword saint quickly transformed into a black dot that faded into the distance. Everyone stared at the sword saint, feeling unsettled inside. He was much stronger than before. What would the result be if he visited all their clans? They didn't dare imagine it. At that moment, the powerful atmosphere from earlier was gone. The Eastern Barren Alliance was about to be born, but now, it looked fragile enough to shatter at a touch. Chapter 339, Teacher is very lazy. Chapter 339, Teacher is very lazy. After such big news erupted in the Eastern Barren Territory, the disciples of the cottage were a bit unsettled. They received news that the Qin palace was holding a banquet to call for all the strong cultivators in the territory to attack the cottage. If a battle of this level really erupted, countless people would die no matter who won. But the cottage was still as quiet as ever. It was Futian who wasn't so indifferent though. After all, this was because of him. Second senior sister, I heard that the Qin palace held a banquet today. Emperor Qin might call the entire territory to fight the cottage. Yi Futian found Zhuge Hui to ask. She was so calm that she was sitting on a swing right now. She was beautiful, but Yi Futian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. Zhuge Hui smiled at him. Didn't Junior tell you to go cultivate? Don't worry, nothing will happen for now. Yi Futian scratched his head in confusion. How do you know? The Qin dynasty wanted the entire territory to fight the cottage. The teacher is lazy and we can't find him, so who can take responsibility? Zhuge Hui asked. Yi Futian scratched his head. You? I'm busy. You still have a first senior brother. Rolling her eyes, Zhuge Hui said, when the Futian sword clan insulted our teacher, first senior brother went there directly. Now, those guys want to attack the cottage. He could go to any force and the alliance would fall apart. The cottage isn't the Lu kingdom. The Qin dynasty isn't completely confident, so he got a bunch of people to support him. They aren't stupid though. It's just that your first senior brother hasn't left his mountain for too long and they forgot. Hearing this, Yi Futian was a bit more reassured. First senior brother must have improved over all these years. For a fight like this, they had to have complete confidence. Otherwise, who wouldn't be afraid of the first senior brother, as second senior sister said? First senior brother can probably beat the Futian sword clan's leader now, right? Yi Futian asked curiously. They'd tied back then, but a cottage disciple's talent was usually better than most. Your third senior brother should be clearest about his abilities. Since he killed Prince Qin, the guy died for nothing, Zhuge Hui said. Your third senior brother probably just wanted to help the Lu kingdom. Oh. Yi Futian nodded while sighing inwardly. It was too bad for the Lu kingdom. They couldn't take revenge yet. What is first senior brother like? Yi Futian mumbled. Of all the disciples, first senior brother was the only one he hadn't met yet. Zhuge Hui's lashes fluttered. She smiled and said, like a rock. A rock? Yi Futian didn't understand. Yes. Zhuge Hui nodded. He has a bad and stubborn temper. You're talking about me again, a voice said from the distance. Zhuge Hui chuckled and looked up towards somewhere. Clearly, she already sensed him. A few people walked over. The man at the front wore black. It was the sword saint who'd come from the Qin dynasty. Luo Fan, Shui Yi, and Yi Shaoshi stood beside him. First senior brother, am I wrong? Zhuge Hui asked, grinning. All right, you're always right, the sword saint said, smiling. His deep eyes were gentler now. He wouldn't be as sharp with his juniors as with the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian studied the newcomer. This was their first meeting. It was also his first time seeing second senior sister lose her authoritative aura before the cottage disciples. Their eyes and simple conversation felt like regular siblings. No matter how many legends there were and how legendary they were, they're just regular people with their family. Little Junior, Sword Saint called, gazing at Yi Futian. First senior brother, Yi Futian greeted with a bright smile. I was wondering what you would be like while talking to second senior sister. Chapter 340, Battlefield in the Ancient Barren World. Chapter 340, Battlefield in the Ancient Barren World. Obviously, the college couldn't agree to the Qin dynasty's request. Not because Lu Feiyang or Lu Qinyu were of any particular importance to them, but because this was simply an excuse for the Qin to start a war. What kind of people would they be to send these youngsters to their deaths? Since a war had already been declared, then following this, they were going to have to get into battle mode. The college recalled all disciples cultivating in the ancient barren world. Then, they were paired with more powerful cultivators before heading back, ready to retaliate. And so, the war between the Qin dynasty and the college erupted in the ancient barren world. The eastern barren territory was not surprised by the start of the war. The Sword Saint took a trip to the Qin dynasty and scared powers away from creating an alliance with the Qin. And although they didn't dare to directly send troops to exterminate the cottage, the Qin weren't just going to give up. The ancient barren world was meant to be a place for disciples of all powers to train and cultivate, so it was, without question, the most fitting setting for this war to erupt. On this day, two figures descended from a mountaintop in the lower ancient barren world, traveling in the air. They were particularly fast. One of them had large, golden rock wings on his back. Majestic, he was. The other had dim golden wings of a devil which brought the winds. These two were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They had yet to enter the Arcana plane and could only enter the lower ancient barren world. However, it was because of this very reason that the people who could pose a threat to them in the lower world were little to none. The two of them continued forward on their journey to somewhere in the ancient barren world. People would look up in the skies at them as they passed by and couldn't help but be surprised. It was Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Let's go to the Qin's territory," someone said. There was no explanation needed for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's appearance in the lower world. Everyone knew what they were here for. The Qin dynasty had declared war on the college's cottage. In the center of the ancient barren world, in the barren city, many people saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng fly by. After the initial shock wore off, they followed behind the two. Yi Futian defeated Luo Junlin, an Arcana plane cultivator. His combat abilities are obviously already at the Arcana level. It's probably impossible to find anyone who can beat him in the lower ancient barren world. People in the barren city were watching the figures in the sky. That's right, but the Qin dynasty wouldn't have declared war if they weren't fully prepared, and they definitely wouldn't fight Yi Futian one-on-one. That's true, too. The Qin dynasty has a strong foundation, even in the ancient barren world. Even if Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were to make their way over, they wouldn't necessarily have the upper hand. The people discussed as their figures flashed by to follow Yi Futian and Yu Sheng on their journey. The crowd grew and grew. All of them headed for the center of the barren city. There sat a small palace, the sub-palace where the Qin was stationed in the lower world. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng arrived in the skies near the sub-palace. Inside the palace, powerful cultivators lifted their heads to see the two figures in the sky. There wasn't much surprise in their eyes. The war had already begun, so they were obviously prepared. The people outside the palace did not fly up to fight Yi Futian. Instead, they turned and headed into the palace to gather with the other cultivators. In the battle at Chaoga City, Yi Futian had already demonstrated his intense Dharma-leveled combat abilities. They would have had to have a death wish to try and take on Yi Futian alone. As expected, the Qin dynasty is fully prepared, many people thought as they looked quietly down at the sub-palace from afar. Looking down from the skies, the people could see that more and more cultivators of the Qin dynasty were gathering in the palace. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng advanced until they were directly above the palace grounds. Their cold eyes swept past the faces of the Qin below. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky while water and fire complemented each other. Yi Futian released his Dharma. His whole body seemed to be burning like the sun, encased in flames. Destructive yet eye-catchingly bright. Beside Yi Futian, the shadow of a devil appeared behind Yu Sheng. The armor he wore was sharp like a blade, just like those devilish wings of his. In this instant, it was almost as if Yu Sheng was possessed by the devil. A dim golden light illuminated the area around him. Without saying anything, the large golden rock wings behind Yi Futian's spread brought him charging into the sub-palace, not waiting for his opponents to finish gathering there. The two of them flew side by side, wings shining brightly. They made their way downward with great speed. A divine tree of flame appeared behind Yi Futian. Whoosh! Vines shot down at the crowd below. This spell, Lock of 1,000 Vines, was a spell that Yi Futian cultivated very early on, but it was also a spell with growth potential. The higher your level of cultivation, the more powerful the spell. And of course, the spell had already been altered by Yi Futian. The thick vines were actually engulfed with water and fire, making it shine brightly. The people of the Qin dynasty saw the vines unfurl toward them, and a couple of them grouped together to unleash the Imperial Dragon spell. The shadow of dragons soared through the skies. As the long spears in their hands pointed up at the sky, images of dragons seemed to rush from the weapons with loud roars. However, there seemed to be no end to the vines. They wrapped around the illusory dragons, and they were immediately frosted over by the coldness radiating from the vines. Then, a golden burst of flames flickered by, and extremely bright characters and inscriptions appeared. The illusory dragons wrapped in vines turned into dust after that. Yu Sheng was even more domineering. He held the dark demon's heavenly halberd and turned into a forceful devil. He walked through the images of the dragons, ripping them apart. The devilish flame in his shining, golden pupils was a flame of fury. He took the destruction of the Lu kingdom and what happened to Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuqian to heart, and now, he finally had a chance to release all the rage. Boom! Yu Sheng descended for the skies, stepping on a dragon. The small group formation was broken up when everyone was sent flying in a different direction. When they got back up, they surrounded Yu Sheng, all their eyes glued on the large, built figure at the center of their circle. The devil wings behind Yu Sheng spread and he charged ahead with the heavenly halberd in his hands. The cultivator in front of him yelled out in rage before the long spear in his hands spiraled forward like a dragon. When the halberd and the spear collided, the image of the dragon disappeared and the spear was destroyed. The heavenly halberd had pierced into Yu Sheng's opponent. Yu Sheng then lifted his weapon, with the body still on it, and threw the wounded cultivator at the incoming attackers behind him. Get in formation. Don't fight him alone. More and more people rushed out from the sub-palace. However, all it took was a loud, wild roar from Yu Sheng to scare everyone around him into backing up. They all knew by now, that if they made a rash decision to fight this wild beast of a man head-on, it would only be asking for death. On the other side, those fighting Yi Futian had been trapped in a cage of vines. With the sun and the moon high in the sky, and the will of water and fire rushing through the battle formation, the people tried so hard to withstand the power. A large illusory dragon appeared around them and blocked off Yi Futian's attack. In the sky around Yi Futian, the flashes of lightning were bright and the sounds of thunder rumbled loudly. It was obvious that immensely powerful sorcery was being conjured around him. A terrifying thunder dragon took shape with the power of sorcery and traveled downward, growling loudly and ready for destruction. Thunder cracked loudly in the sky. The powerful cultivators on the ground below felt numb and their focus broke, as did the battle formation. The water and fire vines curled toward them and their screams rang out continuously. Their bodies were encapsulated by the bright light of water and fire. Quickly after, they perished. The people of the Qin dynasty rushed over from inside the sub-palace. None of their expressions looked too good. They did not make a move right away. Instead, they got into formation, barricading Yi Futian and Yu Sheng in the middle of a circle. The Imperial Dragon spell went into motion across all the formations and all of the cultivators' powers seemed to harmonize, creating something overwhelmingly powerful. The cries of dragons were heard, shocking many. "Activate the 5-soul guard," screamed a cultivator. Immediately, a bright light spread over the grounds inside the sub-palace. In this vast space, the spiritual qi had gone out of control, gathering crazily. A great pressure was felt over the area. Yi Futian looked into the distance and saw multiple statues of sacred beasts appear in the palace, a large, ferocious dragon, an enormous xuanwu, the black turtle, a bright divine bird, the phoenix, a gargantuan stone elephant, and a bright golden rock. The crushing power of these statues fell on Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. At this moment, it seemed like they were looking at 5 horrific demon beasts. The wills of these beasts went straight to their heads. "Don't look," Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng. They were going to cut off their senses to the beasts, but even without sensing them, the pressure was still crushing down on them. It made the entire area feel extremely heavy. "Just treat this like you're cultivating at the college's training field," said Yi Futian. However, this power was even scarier than what he had felt in the training field. The statues there weren't as powerful. Plus, when fighting at the training field, everyone felt the same thing, but now, this crushing pressure was manipulated to only affect Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The cultivators of the Qin dynasty did not feel a thing. Outside the palace, countless people were watching this scene. They felt shivers down their spine. It was no question that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were strong, but it was still too reckless of them to try and kill their way into the Qin's territory in the ancient barren world. They had to know, the Qin dynasty chose this location because they could use the 5 soul guards' power to help them cultivate and also use them in battle. This area used to be a relic site but was claimed by the Qin and made into this sub-palace. They had kept this place running for years. For these two to charge in so recklessly was simply putting themselves in danger. Although the Sword Saint's arrival in the Qin palace made all the other powers wary of sending troops to exterminate the cottage, Yi Futian made his way to the sub-palace on his own. The Qin couldn't let him get away now. The Qin dynasty had their doubts, but so did the people of Sword Saint Mountain and the cottage. The two parties were keeping each other in check, but the war had already erupted in the ancient barren world. It had become the tacitly agreed upon battlefield. "Since you willing delivered yourself to the doors of hell, then we are happy to oblige," a Qin cultivator said coldly with his spear pointed at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It was an exciting thought, to be able to kill a disciple of the cottage. Everyone in the ruling class of the Qin dynasty wanted Yi Futian dead. Now, the chance was finally here. "This place is quite suitable for cultivation. This place will no longer belong to the Qin dynasty," Yi Futian said. He completely disregarded what the other guy just had said. Chapter 341, To Claim for Oneself. Chapter 341, To Claim for Oneself. Even from afar, people were stupefied by what Yi Futian had said. He was indeed just as arrogant as the rumors said. He was actually this confident. Even when standing in the Qin's territory, facing the statues of the 5 soul guard. "Initiate the spiritual matrix," a voice uttered coldly. After that, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could feel an invisible weight push down on their bodies. It was as if an enormous sacred elephant was sitting on them. Not only was it difficult for them to move, but there was also a sharp and piercing intent, a burning intent. Along with this feeling, 5 spiritual beasts appeared in their minds. "Yu Sheng," shouted Yi Futian. Stepping forward, the image of the divine ape appeared, adding to his already wild aura. Yu Sheng responded by following beside him with the halberd still clutched in his hand. The two of them moved forward, every step felt heavier than the last. Boom! They stomped down hard suddenly and their bodies were propelled forward. In front of them, a group of cultivators had gotten in formation and were staring at them with cold eyes. The Imperial Dragon spell went into action and the battle will morphed into a dragon that danced wildly in the air. When the cultivators saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng charging for them, they gave a loud battle cry before throwing out the long spears in their hands. An enormous dragon followed the weapons, roaring loudly as it attacked. It seemed like the spiritual matrix the cultivators had formed added to the power of the dragon. This was evident as it charged for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, growling fiercely. Yu Sheng stomped down on the ground hard. His aura was explosive, making him look even scarier. The image of the devil enlarged as he took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Futian. The heavenly halberd attacked and, in this instant, the demon seemed to be following right behind the weapon, cutting its way through everything in sight. The halberd, which was entangled by demonic will, collided with the dragon. The beast's body shook violently. The same powerful vibrations also made their way onto Yusheng. He screamed, a demonic growl, if you will. Shockingly, multiple illusory images of a demon head were released before they exploded along with the image of the dragon. A figure flashed by. It was Yi Futian. He rushed toward the Qin's battle formation. All the while, spiritual qi gathered and produced a large rod. The five-element rod had exceeded the Dharma level and was not permitted in the lower ancient barren world. The same went for Yusheng's demonic tripod. When the long rod took shape, Yi Futian swung it forward fiercely, ready for destruction. The powerful cultivators in formation yelled out together before attacking. Their powers harmonized and created a bright light that took the form of a dragon. Boom! The long rod was swung downward with immense power, almost as if it were the heaviest object on earth. Those in the formation moaned in pain and the ones with lower levels of cultivation spat blood on impact. The formation was broken in seconds as many of them were thrown in different directions by the sheer force. Yi Futian paid them no attention. He continued forward, making his way deeper into the sub-palace. Cultivators behind them tried to get into formation again, following after them. However, Yusheng turned around and with one blow from his halberd, he had single-handedly stopped their attack. Block him, someone shouted when they saw where Yi Futian was headed. However, their attempts were futile because they were no match for Yi Futian as Dharma plane cultivators. When the sun and the moon hung in the sky and the wills of water and fire descended upon them, it was the end. Yi Futian charged over to the statue of the large golden rock of the Five Soul Guard. The statue was enormous. The look in its eyes was filled with demonic energy. Its body glowed, including the wings on its back. A figure stood behind the statue and communicated with it through will to control its attacks on Yi Futian. Immediately, Yi Futian felt the golden rock rush into his mind. The look in his eyes became eerie as he allowed the rock's will to enter. He was shocked to find there really was the will of a golden rock inside the statue. The strong, sharp will could destroy most anything. What it wanted to do now was destroy Yi Futian's will. A scary force of emperor's will rushed into the statue and took control of its will. If it had been the golden rock's will that had attacked Yi Futian, he wouldn't have been able to do anything, but it was a Dharma plane cultivator that was controlling the will. There was no way he could destroy Yi Futian's will. Yi Futian had no doubts about how this battle would end when he saw these statues. What relics in the ancient barren world could stump him at this point? Behind the golden rock, the Qin cultivator screamed in horror. Backing up, he looked at Yi Futian with shock written on his face. What level of will was that? How can it be so powerful? The vines of the sun tree unraveled toward the cultivator noisily, killing him. Yi Futian shot over to stand atop the statue of the golden rock. He closed his eyes and allowed his will to enter the stone. Yusheng fought his way through until he was stood in front of the statue. He was able to slow down the formation formed by the Qin dynasty's people all by himself. And although it didn't last very long, it was still an impressive feat. What is he doing? Many people questioned as they observed from the skies above the sub-palace. Presently, Yi Futian was standing on the back of the golden rock statue. His white clothes fluttered and his hair blew in the wind. It was truly an extraordinary sight. Yi Futian was able to control a statue at top of Mirror Mountain, someone said. Yi Futian been famous in the ancient barren world and was later accepted by Gu Donglu as a disciple of the cottage. Could it be? Just as the people had this thought, they saw the statue light up as if it was coming to life. It glowed with a bright, golden light. Its wings looked ready to spread and take off. The people of the Qin dynasty were frozen in shock witnessing the scene in front of them. The Five Soul Guard was a relic of the ancient barren world and were eventually repossessed by the Qin dynasty. Throughout the years, many Qin cultivators have trained for combat using the Five Soul Guard, but never had they seen the statue shine so brightly. This is bad. They all shared the same thought, not having a feeling about what was about to happen. In the next moment, they felt the painfully strong golden rock will break into their minds. It forewent any physical harm and went straight for their spiritual energy. It was an attack on the spiritual will. In their minds, a sharp, cutting image of a golden rock appeared. Some people screamed in pain as they felt their spiritual will being destroyed. They were on the verge of collapsing, no longer able to take the pain. Very quickly, every Qin cultivator experienced the same sensation. In their spiritual world, the true king of the skies, the golden rock, appeared and destroyed their willpower. Yu Xing stepped forward, charging over to the battle formations with his halberd. Sounds of the weapon piercing into flesh and screams of agony came endlessly. Go! Hurry, run! When the screams were heard, many people ran for their lives, but the cultivators controlling the other statues of the 5 Soul Guard didn't give up. They activated the will of their own statues to attack Yi Futian. In the air, a golden rock, a giant elephant, a dragon, and the other beasts of the 5 Soul Guard graced the skies together. However, the will of the golden rock was stronger and powerful than the rest, allowing it to enter the wills of the other statues. The cultivators behind the statues spat blood before turning around to make their escape. The crowd watching from the skies trembled in fear at this scene. They couldn't believe this was the result of the fight. A complete wipeout. Yi Futian and Yu Xing barged into the Qin dynasty's territory and absolutely crushed their Dharma Plane cultivators. The Qin tried to use the power of the 5 Soul Guard against Yi Futian, but it actually gave him the chance to take control and use to his advantage. Looks like there really isn't anyone who can stop them in the lower ancient barren world, many people thought. It was said that the war between the Qin dynasty and the college had already begun in the upper ancient barren world. Each party took turns delivering their own vicious attacks, causing many deaths on both sides. It didn't seem like a battle that would end any time soon. Many nobles in the upper world took part in this lasting battle, so the eruption of the final battle was still far in the future. However, in the lower world, the result was determined as soon as the battle began. The 2 young men were enough to conquer all. What else could the Qin dynasty say? Yi Futian and Yu Xing were merely cultivators in the 8th level Dharma plane. They weren't even as far along in cultivation as the people they had just fought. This was an ending that the Qin probably would not have expected. And it wasn't. At this very moment, Qin Yu was seated in the Qin palace in the outside world, feeling shocked and furious at the news he had just received. He berated those who had returned after running away from battle. He announced that whoever could go back to the lower ancient barren world and kill Yi Futian and Yu Xing would be greatly rewarded. But still, no one dared to enter once again. Of the Qin that entered the lower world, there were those who died and those who ran. Shouldn't this be a clear sign to them? In the lower ancient barren world, Yi Futian and Yu Xing were already invincible. Entering to fight them would be a death wish. The enraged Qin Yu then tried to entice people with the prince title. Regardless of which clan one was from, as long as they were of the Eastern Barren territory, they would have the privilege of marrying a princess of their choice for killing Yi Futian in the ancient barren world. Many were swayed by this. Qin Yu really wanted Yi Futian dead. It was a shame that he couldn't enter the lower world himself, or he would have done the deed personally. News spread all over the lower world, shocking everyone. They were all in awe of how valuable Yi Futian's life was. Killing him could make someone a prince of the Qin dynasty. But even so, there still wasn't anyone who dared to try. They couldn't do it and didn't have the guts to do it either. Sure, the Qin dynasty could go against the cottage, but who else would dare to do so? Of course, there was another reason behind this order and why Qin Yu wanted Yi Futian dead. Yi Futian had taken over his sub-palace in the lower ancient barren world. The people of the Qin dynasty couldn't enter the ancient barren world through the entrance in the palace. What were the Qin cultivators supposed to do? Hold off on cultivating in the lower world until Yi Futian reached the Arcana plane and left for the upper world? Right now, the only thing they could do was use the entrance in the Lu Kingdom or borrow the entrance of another power. However, that would be humiliating for the Qin dynasty. This was absolutely intolerable. Naturally, Yi Futian didn't have the time to care about the Qin dynasty's feelings. He sealed the Qin palace's entrance into the ancient baron and then proceeded to sit quietly in the Qin's sub-palace and cultivated with Yu Sheng. In this sub-palace, they found quite a bit of useful objects for cultivation. They also had the 5 soul guard to enlighten them as they cultivated. How could they possibly put such a perfect environment for cultivation to waste? The 5 soul guard consisted of 5 elements and also contained extremely powerful spiritual energy. This helped speed up the enlightenment process. Not only Yi Futian was doing this, but Yu Sheng was also following right along. For the time being, they still couldn't enter the upper ancient barren world. Since they couldn't step onto that battlefield, the best thing they could do was stay here and reap some benefits. In no time at all, months had passed. The 2 cultivating young men entered the 9th level Dharma plane one after the other. They were only 1 step away from the Arcana plane. Chapter 342, The Summoning of the Great Emperors. Chapter 342, The Summoning of the Great Emperors. Eastern Barren Territory, Western Region, Shu City. This was a small city in the Eastern Barren Territory and there weren't many high-leveled cultivators here. Because of certain reasons, high-leveled cultivators of the Eastern Barren Territory were unwilling to enter Shu City. Plus, this city was extremely chaotic and produced many evil beings. However, there were also many people who were pure of heart. In Shu City, there were many Buddhists who tried to spread their beliefs to others. They all came from Qianqiu Temple, which wasn't located too far from Shu City. Presently, many guests sat in a restaurant and chatted as they enjoyed wine. Among these paying customers was a peculiar pair. There was an elder dressed in tattered clothing and a smiling young woman in green seated beside him. She held the wine pot in the air and poured the liquid directly into the elder's waiting mouth. "That's good wine," the elder said with a great, big smile that reached his eyes. It was obvious that he was enjoying himself. "You should go easy on the wine and eat some more of the food." The young woman took the wine pot away before picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, feeding it to the man. Many people in the restaurant looked over to them with strange looks on their faces. The old man was ungroomed and unkempt while the young woman was beautiful and graceful. How could she be feeding this wretched man? Where did this old geezer come from? "My shoulders are a bit sore," the elder said in what seemed like a mumble to himself. It was as if he didn't notice the attention he received from the other customers. "Let me give you a little massage," the young woman stood up with a smile. She then moved behind the elder and began to rub his shoulders. The old man seemed like he was enjoying this. His eyes closed and he looked lost in the experience. Oh, these blissful days. He felt free as a bird. What a difference this was from that disobedient child back at home. Some guests couldn't take it anymore. This old man was enjoying himself a little too much. "That's right, senior. I still haven't really comprehended those moves you taught me with a sword from last time. When are you going to teach me some more?" the girl asked with a sweet smile. "I don't know what you're talking about, child. I've never even touched a sword in my life." "How would I know anything about sword tactics?" the elder drawled with his eyes closed. The young woman didn't take it to heart and kept the smile on her face. "Then, when are you going to show me again with a tree branch?" "Oh, you're talking about that time. I was just messing around with a branch. If you want to watch again, then I'll show you a couple more moves next time," said the elder. "You, child, have really let it go to your head. You actually think they're sword tactics. This old man knows nothing about cultivation." The young woman's smile grew as she listened to the elder's response. Her small hands continued to massage, allowing the old man to continue in his bliss. Miss, I am from the Shuzhong sword clan. If you want to learn how to use a sword, maybe I can teach you, a middle-aged man in the restaurant spoke up, eyeing the young lady in green. Thanks, mister, but that won't be necessary. The girl turned to smile at him before turning back to focus on the elder. Miss, there are a lot of swindlers in the world of cultivation. You should be careful, warned the middle-aged man. Thanks for the heads up, mister, nodded the young woman. Others shook their heads when they realized she was disregarding the warning. One look at that old man and it was obvious, he was no good. He didn't even act his age. This is so nice. Just as the people cursed him in their minds, the elder expressed his satisfaction. Immediately, rage-filled eyes glared at him. This old geezer had to be doing this on purpose. The elder's eyes were still closed in enjoyment. He didn't give a damn about what anyone else though. He was being wined and dined, with this young girl waiting on him. This was the life. Dong! Just then, a bell rang. In an instant, it seemed like an invisible force had invaded the restaurant. The elder's body shook violently. He sat up straight abruptly, his body still shaking slightly, uncontrolled. What's that sound? Everyone else's reaction was nowhere as strong as the elder's. However, the same look of confusion reached their eyes. It sounded like a bell and it seemed to be traveling from somewhere far away. The immense willpower could be felt faintly as the people allowed the will to enter their minds, affecting that as well. What's going on? The young woman asked the elder. This was her first time seeing the elder so serious. In the months she had known him, the elder was always indolent and never took anything seriously. The elder was still slightly shaky. In a flash, he disappeared from inside the restaurant and was now standing outside. The young woman was dumbfounded. She hadn't even been able to see his movements clearly. Taking a deep breath, she followed after him. The elder looked behind him. A formless sound wave swept over the area, covering the entire Shu city. One after the other, people exited buildings all over the city. They lifted their heads, looking into the distance. The entire city listened as the bell sounds continued. They felt the willpower once again. The elder stared in one direction. The citizens of the city seemed like they finally realized what was going on and stared at the will. There seemed to be a holy light in some people's eyes. Where everyone was staring, there was a mountain, a blurred vision. The mountain was incredibly tall, almost as if it reached into the heavens. The body of the mountain seemed to glow in a holy light, making it visible from even the farthest places. It was the Eastern Barren Territory's #1 mountain, Sky Mountain. The place closest to the sky. Boom! A loud noise erupted and the ground shook. The people of Shu City all looked down at the surface they stood on as their bodies shook. These were vibrations brought on by an earthquake. The elder never lowered his gaze from the skies. His drowsy gaze was now sharper than ever. His seemingly tattered clothing was actually clean, blowing in the wind. His long, messy hair and beard also blew in the wind. Beside him, the young woman in green watched him with undivided attention. At this moment, the elder seemed almost divine. All over Shu City, cultivators from Qianqiu Temple put their hands together and prayed. A light reached their vigor-filled eyes as they stared at Sky Mountain. A bell sounded from Sky Mountain. Was this some sort of sign? A couple 100 kilometers away from Shu City stood an ancient temple. The sounds of the bell entered the temple and a bell within the temple rang as well. Nangong Jiao continued solemnly, they once stepped into the Eastern Barren Territory and at that time, they weren't yet great emperors. Yi Futian shivered lightly. He was no stranger to these two names. Furthermore, he had yet to be revealed relations to them. Naturally, he also knew that they were once in the Eastern Barren Territory. They even made it to Qingzhou City, which was actually quite far from the Eastern Barren Territory. What he didn't know though, was that they had left behind a piece of history there. There are many legends regarding the two great emperors and Sky Mountain. People claim that they were still teenagers in those days, traveling the world as a pair while ridding the world of evil. When they came across the demon beast in the Eastern Barren Territory, they locked it up in Sky Mountain for life. This also changed the mountain. Nobody steps foot on the mountain, and today, bells rang from the mountain. Some people say that it's the summoning of the great emperors. Even the Qin dynasty inviting all top forces to Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu's marriage, the opening of the Dongqin College, or Gu Donglu and Lu Nanshan's battle wasn't as big as this. Last time mostly involved the top forces or powerful groups of the Eastern Barren Territory. This time, many strong cultivators from the west went as well. Other than them, countless people from other regions set off too. No matter how talented Gu Donglu or Lu Nantian were, they couldn't be compared to Donghuang the Great. The relic of the two emperors that ruled over the east had rung its bell. One could imagine the effect it created. Shu City, closest to Sky Mountain, was in an uproar. This small city that was rarely visited instantly became the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. People were everywhere, strong cultivators in the Arcana Plain could be seen easily. Any random person on the streets may be in the Noble Plain. Strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty had arrived too. There were many of them and all were powerful. Because of their battle with the college in the ancient barren world, they attracted much attention no matter where they went. At this time, Qin Yu and Qin Li were both in the Qin dynasty group. They looked to the Sky Mountain that was almost connected to the sky. Was the strange bell a chance for them? Was it a good sign for their ruling of the Eastern Barren Territory for a bell to ring from the relic of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing? At this time, another group came with flashes of light and descended beside the Qin dynasty. They were from the Donghua clan. The leader was Lady Yu Xiao. The talented Lu Nantian and Hua Qingqing were on either side of her. Lady and brother Lu are here. Qin Yu nodded at Lady Yu Xiao. The wife of the Donghua clan's leader was his senior. How do you feel? Lady Yu Xiao asked. It's thousands of miles away, but I can still feel the slight pressure from the Sky Mountain. No wonder there are rarely any strong cultivators in Shu City. The monks of the Qianqiu Temple are so strong. Qin Yu chuckled. Can you feel it? Lady Yu Xiao asked Hua Qingqing. It's very weak, Hua Qingqing murmured. Lady Yu Xiao nodded slightly. It was the same as before. At this time, someone walked to Qin Yu and said something. His eyes flashed. The college and cottage had arrived together. Lady, an old friend has arrived. I'll pay them a visit, Qin Yu said. With that, he turned and left. Many people looked at him. Old friend? Was it the cottage? The college and cottage had indeed arrived together. The Qin dynasty had officially declared war on the college. They'd fought in the ancient barren world earlier. If they met in the outside world, the Qin dynasty might act without warning. They had to be careful. The first meeting after war broke out between them would take place in Shu City. This attracted many people. Qin Yu gazed at the college. This time, the 5 mountain elders of the college had all appeared, as well as the disciples of the cottage. Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu had all come. Countless eyes fell on them.